Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Catherine McGarry. I'm the Mayor of Cambridge and Chair of tonight's meeting. So before I begin, I'd like to provide you with the safety notice. In the event of an emergency, please evacuate the council chambers by the nearest exit staircase, which is located through the doorways marked exit, and please obey all instructions given by the clerk. If assistance is required, please see the clerk, and once you have evacuated the building, please gather outside the Farmers Market parking lot outside of City Hall. I'd like to thank both the media and the public for attending tonight's meeting, and as a reminder, City of Cambridge Council meetings are broadcast live on Rogers TV, as well as live webcasted and archived on the city's website. Lastly, I'd like to remind everyone that we do have rules of engagement here in Council. Please be respectful while others are speaking. We do not permit clapping, cheering, laughing, heckling, or any form of demonstration. We also ask that everyone listen respectfully as you would want to be listened to. And as a reminder, Council members, please adhere to the procedural bylaw and limit your questions to 2 at a time. I'd like to introduce now the members of Council. Councillor Donna Reid, Councillor Mike Devine, Councillor Mike Mann, Councillor Jan Liggett sends her regrets this evening, Councillor Pam Wolf, Councillor Shannon Adshade, and Councillor Ermetta. We're going to rise now from closed session because prior to this open session, Council met in closed session regarding a proposed lease and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege regarding the regional official plan update. Councillor Reid, do you have the motion? And please you have the motion to rise from closed. Please read it in its entirety.
I do. Your Worship, it is moved by myself and is seconded by Councillor Adshade that Council rise from closed session and reconvene in open session.
And all those in favor? And that motion carries. So from closed session, we have 2 motions to deal with. Motion on a proposed lease. Councillor Mann, I believe that you have the motion. Please read it in its entirety.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Donna Reid, a proposed lease agreement, Ainslie Street South, that report 20-021 OCM regarding the Cambridge Self-Help Food Bank Inc. lease renewal be received for information.
Thank you. Members of Council, all those in favor, please raise your hands. And that motion carries. The next one's regarding the regional official plan update. Councillor Wolf, I think you have this motion. Press it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Reid. Regional official plan update that external legal counsel be authorized to make submissions to the local planning appeal tribunal in support of the settlement outlined report 20-028 OCM and execute a settlement agreement with White Water Holdings Inc. to dispose of their appeal against Regional Official Plan Amendment Number 2.
Thank you. And I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And that motion carries. Thank you. And we will now move forward to the singing of the national anthem. So if you're able, please rise and we'll sing the national anthem.
True
Thank you. Please be seated. We would like to begin by acknowledging that land on which we gather here today is the land traditionally used by the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous peoples who we share this land with today. So a reminder to members of council that if you've made declarations of pecuniary interest at a previous meeting, that you'll need to make that declaration for the bylaw related to the same item this evening. So are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll move forward. Welcome to our delegations this evening. As a reminder, you will have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you are speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask that you end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful, that you refrain from asking questions of council. And at the 4-minute mark, you will hear a bell which indicates that you have 1 minute remaining. Once you've finished, council may ask questions of you to clarify your remarks. So I will direct you when those questions may be done. And lastly, thank you very much for being here this evening. I have 3 registered delegates for this evening's meeting. For those speaking to particular items, we will deal with that particular item after hearing from all delegations. The following items are on the consent procedure. So if a member of council wishes to comment on any of the consent items, please let us know by using your mic. In the interest of time, we'll look to a vote on the consent procedure in a block, but if you wish to comment, you are certainly welcome to. So, as a reminder, Councillor Mann, you have the motion, and we will read out the items, the numbers, and the bylaw numbers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do move by myself, seconded by Councillor Mike Devine, the consent procedure that all items listed under the heading of consent procedure for Tuesday, December 17, 2019 council agenda be adopted as recommended. And those items are number 1, council minutes, December 17. Item 2, general committee minutes, January 7, 2020. Item 3, planning and development committee minutes, January 14, 2020. Item 4, request to amend development covenants and restrictions for the time to start construction of a building at 10 Goddard Crescent. And item number 6, introduction and consideration of bylaws number 20-001 and 20-002.
Thank you, and members of council, just as a reminder, if you're just commenting on any items in the consent procedure, there's no need to pull it, but you can pull the item if need be. So members of council, are there any questions or comments on the consent procedure items? Seeing none, I'll now call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And that carries. Thank you very much. All right, we'll move now to item number 5, the asset management plan. And our first presenter here is Yogesh Shah. Welcome. You are the Director of Asset Management, and we'll be introducing our next presenter. Welcome, Yogesh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Last April, this Council approved strategic asset management policy as required by Ontario Asset Management Planning Regulation. Aligned to our policy, today we are pleased to release our asset management plan prepared by KPMG in consultation with various stakeholders. I would like to thank Johan Kreinen, Manager of Asset Management, and his team for leading the project. I would also like to thank members of the Cross-Departmental Steering Committee from Engineering, Public Works, Parks and Recreation Services, Technology Services, and Finance for their contribution and valuable guidance. Today, it is my pleasure to introduce a team from KPMG, Ross Humenick and Partner Infrastructure Advisory Services, and Natalie Lee, Senior Manager, to present city's asset management plan. Ross?
Thanks, Yogesh. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. We're very excited to be with you this evening to present the outcomes or the results of our work over the last several months with a number of stakeholders from across the city organization. As Yogesh mentioned, the work is being driven by a new regulation that has been introduced by the province of Ontario under the Infrastructure for Jobs and Prosperity Act, introduced in 2017, Ontario Regulation 58817. Focuses on providing focuses on supporting the collection and develop of asset management plans and reporting on asset management requirements across various municipalities across Ontario. So under the regulation, all Ontario municipalities will be required to produce what's called a strategic asset management policy, which talks about how informed and sustainable asset management practices are incorporated into planning and decision making, as well as a series of asset management plans that define needs and priorities across municipal organizations and strategies for delivering on those needs and priorities in order to be able to sustain service across to citizens as well as to local businesses. The requirements under 58817 are spread out over the next number of years, starting with the introduction of strategic asset management policy, which has been done previously. This is really a guidance document to help align the asset management function with core principles within the organization, as well as to support the discussion of needs and priorities with council as well as with members of the public. Following that, the next three phases are really focused on the development of various asset management plans, starting with a requirement to develop a core services asset management plan by July 1st, 2021, a extended asset management plan covering all municipal assets by July 1st, 2023, as well as an enhanced asset management plan looking at future needs and requirements for July 1st, 2024. The work that has been completed has focused on meeting requirements of the Phase 1, July 1st, 2021 requirements, as well as positioning the city to be able to address needs and priorities under the Phase 2 requirements. The asset management approaches that were used reflect leading practice across Ontario and across Canada within municipal government, and are really focused on the concept of alignment. So how do our assets support the delivery of needed services to citizens and businesses locally, and how do we incorporate the direction and the guidance that's provided by our organizational vision and strategic planning documents and use those as a mechanism or a lens through which to view our infrastructure as well as our infrastructure needs and priorities. The asset management plan itself has been developed to achieve key outcomes that are consistent with the city's strategic goals and objectives around a commitment and consistency to services being delivered, transparency and accountability for planning and decision-making function, engaging stakeholders and the public within the development and the setting of service goals and objectives, aligning with the city's strategic framework, as well as focusing on service sustainability and affordability. The plan will position the city to meet these requirements by understanding goals and objectives, or how needs and priorities relate back to goals and objectives, as well as forecast forward needs that will need to be addressed through various capital and operational investments going forward. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Natalie, who will talk a little bit about some of the specific content within the plan.
Thank you, Ross. The next few items that we'll go through really focus on how we've worked to develop the city's asset management plan. A fundamental step in this is really understanding the asset inventory that's here at the city. So what you see here presented is a summary of the asset inventory and the replacement value associated with that inventory for all of the different service areas and assets. And you can see that the total amount for replacement value of all assets here at the city in your inventory is $2.7 billion. And if we look at the summary of where that cost is sitting, the majority of that is sitting in your environmental services service area. That includes stormwater, wastewater, and drinking water as well. The next step is really understanding, now that we know what the inventory is and what the replacement cost of that inventory is understanding what is the condition or the state of infrastructure of those assets. And here you can see a summary of the city's asset condition alongside in comparison to the condition generally of Canadian municipalities. And we can see that overall the condition of our assets at the city here is rated as good, with those that are rated as very good in higher proportion than those in the Canadian municipalities when you look at the comparison. The next step in the process, once you've established your inventory and you have a good understanding of what the condition is, the regulation really advocates a line of sight, which is really trying to understand how are our assets supporting the services that we deliver, and how is that aligned to the strategic objectives that we have as a city that we've committed to in our strategic plan. So the levels of service framework has been developed to create exactly that line of sight that starts at the top with the vision of the city to be a place for people to prosper, alive with opportunity, and then moves to understand the themes that sit below that really support achieving that key vision under people, place, and prosperity. The level below that includes customer levels of service that really start to look at, under each of these categories, what are the types of services we deliver that will actually achieve those strategic objectives and outcomes that we have. So this has been developed as a core part of the asset management plan. Going forward for future milestones of the regulation, what the city and its asset management efforts will seek to advance is a series of technical measures that sit below this that actually measure quantifiably how you are progressing with delivering these objectives and how that all aligns to achievement of your vision. Once we've established the inventory, the condition of it, and the services it delivers, the next step is really understanding what are the investment needs that need to be met in order to sustain that service delivery and ensure that our assets are in a good condition such that they continue to deliver the services we expect from them. So when we look at those investment needs over the 10-year period from 2020 to 2029, you can see your renewal needs are $49 million or 1.5% of your total infrastructure portfolio annually, and that's of that $2.7 billion that we referenced previously. When we examine growth needs over the period, that amounts to $77 million over the period, focused primarily for transportation, recreation, and culture service areas. Once you've established your investment needs over the period, the next step is understanding what are we currently funded for during that period and what might the gap be. So these items summarize what the funding gap is that's been identified between the investment needs and what's currently allotted for in the capital investment plan, and that gap is $92.2 million over the period. The summary below demonstrates what that looks like across the portfolio of assets, and it should be noted that the long-range financial plan to 2029 fully funds drinking and wastewater needs. I'll turn it back over to Ross for a summary of funding strategies.
So once we have a clear understanding of what our needs and requirements are going forward, we need to take a look at how we can go about moving forward in terms of meeting those goals and objectives. We can have the best plans and strategies in the world, but if we aren't able to fund and deliver on those plans and strategies, we will never achieve the outcomes that we've set out to do in the first place. And so municipalities across Ontario are adopting various different strategies in terms of being able to fill the gap that Natalie was talking about. The city is pursuing a stormwater management funding strategy. strategy that's aimed at perhaps introducing a utility rate focused on stormwater assets, which will help to close the gap in that area. Many municipalities are setting up fixed reserve contributions aimed at eating away at the gap over time and ensuring that we have funds available as different needs and priorities come up. This either done through the development of a standardized reserve contribution, a special infrastructure levy. Also, many municipalities are taking advantage of low interest rates and pursuing debt funding in terms of being able to meet capital requirements, at least within the short term, and to address shortfalls within internal resources. There are other strategies as well, including the introduction or the increase of user rates and fees, sponsorship opportunities, as well as public-private partnerships. There are many opportunities that are available to the city going forward, and the plan isn't suggesting that the city pursue one strategy or another at this point. Really, the goal of the plan is to define what the need is and what are the options for moving forward. Obviously, the city has a number of different objectives, and a informed and effective decision will be made as part of the strategic long-term plan update that is coming up to address these needs.
Back over to me. As part of the exercise that we conducted to develop this asset management plan in collaboration with the city's asset management division and all of its stakeholders, one of the things that we did in compliance with the regulation was work to assess how compliant and how advanced are the capabilities for asset management across all of the different service areas that are part of the plan and are managing assets and delivering services on a day-to-day basis. So the next two items summarize the level of maturity that exists within the city's service areas that are managing assets at the moment. For assets that are considered core asset areas under the regulation, which include transportation assets and environmental services, you can see that there's a high level of compliance happening at the moment across all of those service areas for all of the items that are required for compliance underneath the regulation. And that's all in accordance with the milestones that are required over the coming years. Where we have a few gaps exist in what are considered non-core asset areas, which include assets under emergency services, parks and recreation and culture. While we were able to advance the regulation and achieve early compliance by including these asset areas into the plan, there still remain a few gaps under levels of service for these areas that do need to be fulfilled for phase 2 of the regulation in 2023. Another item to mention is that the regulation is intended to be an ongoing approach to management of assets and improvements in service delivery for our communities. And as such, it requires that there's robust governance around the asset management plan, future updates to it, and continuous improvement to the plan itself. As such, the plan includes governance around it that includes engagement with City Council on the contents of the plan and the plan going forward, engagement with the City Manager, with the corporate leadership team. There's also work undertaken by the Asset Management Division in collaboration with the steering committee that's been established and supported by all of the work that's done in the service delivery areas. I'll turn it over to Yogesh now for some concluding comments.
So in conclusion, city is in early compliance of Ontario asset management planning regulation. Overall, city's average asset condition is rated in good condition. The 2019 Canadian Infrastructure Report Card identifies that 58% of municipal assets across the country are rated as being in very good condition or good condition. Currently, Cambridge exceeds this national average with 70% of its infrastructure in good or very good condition. City's drinking water and wastewater infrastructure is fully funded through long-range financial plan approved by this council in 2019. City's 10-year capital investment plan includes provision of $45 million in debt financing to address current infrastructure needs. City's current remaining infrastructure gap between identified investment needs and 10-year capital investment plan is $92 million. The strategies to address this funding gap will be reviewed by staff, and proposed solution will be presented to Council for consideration in coming future. In order to minimize the service disruption, City has adopted multi-criteria project prioritization to address the infrastructure renewal. City and this Council has also adopted affordability and long-range service and financial sustainability as guiding principles while infrastructure investments are planned. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for a very thorough presentation. And I do have some questions, so please stay close. First one on my list is Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry, and thank you for your presentation. It always amazes me how you can take something that is the size of a book and present it to us within the number of minutes that you were able to do. I know that we have this 92 million gap, and it's very scary when you look at that. I mean, that's a lot of money. And you did mention that there were several ways in which we can eat away at that gap. I wondered if we were going to try all of the ways that you mentioned, like sponsorship and others, or are there some that you favor over others that you think work well for this particular council?
I think we'll explore most of them, not all of them, but not one of the tool would be funding all 92 million. But most of them would be explored and bring forward to this council for consideration to address this. So all of them are very valid and very doable. It depends on how we approach this and how we want to address this.
Thank you. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Again, thank you for the presentation. It was very thorough and very concise. And I have two questions. The first one just builds on Councillor Reid's, and it is a lot of money, 92 million over 10 years. Is it insurmountable, or is it something that we will be able, do you feel confident that we'll be able to come up with that money? I want to look over at finance and know that we have it somewhere, but I don't want to do that yet.
I think with the strategies presented, I think there is, if we take the challenge, I think it's addressable. It's not something which is, it is significant amount, but at the same time, it's not something which is not in our approachable range. And it's always the affordability or the cost of service, level of service and risk, and we have to balance between all the three criteria. And as we go forward, we have to consider all three items and see how we address this. If Ross wants to comment on how we are in other municipalities addressing these gaps.
Yeah, based on the results of the review, because this is a provincial requirement now, there's an opportunity to compare and take a look at how the City of Cambridge is faring relative to other organizations across the province. Certainly the gap that's presented here of $90 million is significantly lower than many other municipalities. Overall, the City of Cambridge, thanks to the guidance of Council, of course, and the hard work of the administration, is in a good position to be able to address the challenge. I also would suggest that having a infrastructure gap, really the gap is a reflection of unfunded capital or unfunded need that has been identified at a high level, and that, again, understanding the relationship between that need and the level of service we're able to deliver or we need to deliver can help us in terms of better targeting which specific components of that backlog or the gap are most in need of being addressed within the short to medium term, as well as how to go about managing the gap as opposed to just blindly looking to reduce it to zero, particularly when we start to look at the affordability of service and, again, that service risk cost relationship. There are opportunities to mitigate the risk and manage the gap as opposed to purely looking at eliminating.
Thank you. And just another question, if I may, Your Worship.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. And I noticed in the report that the average of our assets was good. which is okay. But the one that was fair that bothered me a lot was drinking water, and drinking water is essential to the community. And why did we only register a fare when it came to drinking water?
We have crossed or traveled through a long journey. If you look at back in 2009, we had a significant amount of water loss and I and unfunded capital needs within our drinking water infrastructure and wastewater infrastructure. Fast forward now in 2020, we don't have unfunded needs. We have a financial plan in place which meets the challenges ahead, and required infrastructure investment has been planned, and the revenue has been planned accordingly. So although the infrastructure condition has been rated fair, our drinking water is safe and is very well monitored by our operations team and quality management system.
Thanks, Yogesh. That was a good explanation, because I looked at that and I thought that our drinking water was fair, but our drinking water is excellent. It's the infrastructure that's fair. Thanks for the clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor, again, thank you very much for the presentation. And as Councillor Reid said, it is quite a booklet and very impressive. I'm happy to see that we've got 70% good or very good condition. But given the $90 million gap, do you think we should be lobbying the provincial and federal government to step up and help the municipalities with our infrastructure deficit?
Absolutely. Ross, you want to add something?
Certainly, the city of Cambridge is no different than many other communities in Ontario and across Canada. I think you've certainly seen through discussions at the federal and the provincial level a lot of emphasis being put on infrastructure gap and being able to address aging infrastructure across the country. I think that, again, one of the objectives in laying out the infrastructure plan is to be able to actually quantify what some of the needs and priorities are, so that we can have informed and effective discussions about what really we need funding for, and we're able to clearly articulate what our needs and priorities are to not just our citizens, but to higher levels of government as well. So again, the goal of the plan is to put you in a good position to be able to have those sorts of discussions and to be able to make a sound and defensible business case for the need for additional revenue, regardless of which source it comes from.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Then I might just add my own. And thank you very much for a good and thorough report that I think shows that Cambridge compares very well with the average across Ontario. And it does help to present a roadmap for not only members of council and staff, but really for the public to see what's of value and what it's going to take over the next few years in order to try and fill the infrastructure deficit gap that we have, and also what is important and how we prioritize what's important right now. I did want to note that those of us in the region as heads of council, we are all very much involved in advocacy at other levels of government. And through our advocacy days for Waterloo Region last year at the federal and the provincial levels of government, and again this year, we will be advocating for some of that infrastructure money. And indeed, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, which we're all members of, are really taking quite a great approach in using some of this hard data that is coming in from the municipalities in order to help the other levels of government identify how many millions of dollars that we are short in this province. So I find that having this up-to-date data is going to be very helpful in those upcoming discussions. What I did want to note or ask about was, this is a plan right now in a snapshot of time. If indeed we have another emergent situation or an urgent situation for a piece of infrastructure that was not necessarily going to fail soon, but tends to, do you then adjust the whole plan, or do you just really have to reprioritize infrastructure projects in order to accommodate something that rises to the surface as a more urgent need?
The asset management is a journey. As long as we have to provide the service, the asset management will be continue to live and breathe and be part of the culture of the decisions we make and investments we plan. So any new priorities change or any needs arises or infrastructure failures occurs, we need to look at our plan and continuously update and revise and bring forward the updated plan as the needed. As per the regulation, it requires that every 5 years we visit our plan and republish our plan. That doesn't necessarily prevent us from doing it sooner. So if our priorities change, our needs change, we can update our plan and bring forward a revised plan.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions. So thanks so much again for your very thorough presentation.
Thank you very much.
And now we're ready for the motion. Councillor Mehta, I think you have the motion. Please read it in its entirety. Thank you.
Yes, I do, Your Worship. You're welcome. So it's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Adshade. Item 5, Asset Management Plan. That report 20-012 CRE Asset Management Plan be received, and that City Council endorse the Asset Management Plan attached to this report, and that City Council direct staff to publish the Asset Management Plan on the City's website as required by Ontario Regulation 588/17, OREG 588-117.
Thank you very much. Members of council, are there other comments or questions regarding the motion? Seeing none, I'll now call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Now we'll move ahead to notice of motion, and we'll be dealing with the province of Quebec's Bill 21. And Councillor Wolf provided a notice of motion at our General Committee meeting on January 7th, 2020. So prior to discussion, we'll listen to the registered delegations. So the first one I have, I did see her there. Oh, Sarah Shafiq, please step forward from the Coalition of Muslim Women of Kitchener-Waterloo. Welcome, Sarah. Nice to see you again.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Respected Mayor, councillors, I'm Sarah Shafiq. I'm with the Coalition of Muslim Women. I coordinate a project Together Against Islamophobia. I'm also a member of Crime Prevention Council and Interfaith Grand River. So a little bit of background on that. So I'll just begin first by introducing Bill 21. It is an act respecting the laicity, the secular character of the state, which targets religious minorities and particularly Muslim women. It prohibits a school teacher, public school teacher, a police officer, and other public servants in leadership positions from wearing visible religious symbols such as Jewish kippah, Muslim headscarf, Sikh turban. It also bars Muslim women who wear the niqab from receiving vital public services including healthcare, public transit, courts, and public education. So Muslim women who wear the niqab are not able to receive those vital public services, and this is part of the bill. So Bill 21 in its current form includes amendments to allow for surveillance and discipline mechanisms to enforce the law. This was added right at the end when, in the middle of the night, when this bill was passed, this was an amendment that was included. So allowing for surveillance and measures that oppose critics in Quebec have called secular policing. So this is part of that bill. So in order to prevent this new legislation from being challenged in court for contravening Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedom, the government of Quebec has invoked the Notwithstanding Clause, a constitutional measure that allows provinces to overrule the Charter. So this has been really done in the history, Canadian history, but this was invoked. Quebec's Bill 21 has 10 years of Islamophobic history of going after Muslims. Coalition of Muslim Women, when we introduce ourselves and give our history, we talk about how this, in the beginning, Bill 94 was presented 10 years ago in Quebec legislation, and it went after those who are wearing the face covering, and it took Quebec 10 years to perfect that bill. And they've worked on it for 10 years. So CMW, Coalition of Muslim Women, and KW is deeply concerned with Quebec's actions, and we have seen how in 10 years the scope has broadened from targeting a handful of Muslim women wearing a niqab to now all those wearing religious symbols. So not just Muslims and other communities as well. Bill 21 has very clear Islamophobic history. Unfortunately, we see that Islamophobia then doesn't just impact the Muslim community. It impacts my Jewish brothers and my Sikh brothers as well, who are all impacted by this legislation. So this systematic discrimination at the government level sends a very strong signal to individuals to act on their hate. If the system, if the government is taking these steps, then individuals are free to take steps as well. So latest hate crime statistics from StatsCan show that attacks against Muslims jumped 207% last year in Ontario and almost tripled in Quebec. So this was important. At the same time, it sends a very strong red light signals to those who are targeted. It tells them that they are others and that they can't look up to the state to protect them, right? How would a Muslim woman go to the police to seek help for her safety when the same government agency will force her to remove her clothing? So, the impact is there. It's important for me as someone who's been working consistently over the past 7 years to raise awareness about Islamophobic hate crimes, particularly against Muslim women and the impact of these crimes on targets. We held a consultation last year, community consultation on Islamophobia, and the reports are with you, just to understand of the state, what's happening in Islam about Islamophobia. And it was a report done in collaboration with Waterloo Region Crime Prevention Council. So this law sets a precedent for sure, and it took Quebec 10 years, but another provincial government can just take that and implement it in its own. And given the scenarios, given the social media, so it can really impact, and it has real consequences. 44% of Canadians, non-Quebecers, agree that enacting some form of this bill, they agree with enacting some form of this bill in Canada. 44%. So there is real appetite for this bill in all of Canada,
I'm going to
not
ask
just
you to wrap up shortly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'll just. We are really grateful to be living in this community. We hope that passing this motion will generate a movement and a conversation, and I hope it will generate this good conversation. And we really, Quebec is part of Canada, and we really have to make this clear that we are all against this, and it just doesn't impact Muslim community. It has wider implications. So thank you so much for the time, and I'm sorry if I went over too far.
No, thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of council for the delegation? Seeing none, I'll call the next one. Thank you very much, Sarah. Abia Saeed from the Muslim Women of Cambridge. Welcome, Abia.
Respected Mayor, councillors, and my community members. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to condemn Bill 21 and to encourage the City of Cambridge to take a strong, unified stance against Quebec Bill 21. Bill 21 is a new law against religious freedom. I speak on behalf of all the Muslims, Muslim families and the families who will be affected by the passing of the Bill 21 in Cambridge. My name is Abiha Syed. I identify myself as a Muslim Canadian. As an immigrant and a mother of 4, Cambridge allowed me to explore and presented me with opportunities that let me grow, learn, and prosper. Cambridge welcomed me warmly and provided the solace and the comfort of a home. I have lived here for over 25 years. My children were born here and raised here. As a family, we have had our share of challenges and compliances, but the city of Cambridge has always cheered, supported, and uplifted us. Today, I'm an active and a contributing member of the community. I sit on 3 nonprofit boards and chair of the Muslim Women of Cambridge. I'm closely connected with community partners in the city of Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo area. My daughters and I confidently wear hijab. This is hijab, my head covering. I was never shy of my identity, nor did I hide or dilute my uniqueness in the name of assimilation. Cambridge has let me and my family be us. Hijab is what I'm wearing, and there are quite a few women here who are wearing niqab. Hijab, I call hijab, you call pashmina, shawl, scarf. Choosing to wear a hijab or a niqab is our right of freedom of expression and our religion. Deciding to wear a hijab or a niqab needs commitment, a strong willpower, and the courage to go out in public confidently and proudly. I want to applaud all these strong women and girls who choose to follow their beliefs and values, especially today when there is a talk about banning religious symbols. My question is, what is so threatening about this piece of cloth? Why is this an issue to be discussed and debated? Wearing a hijab has not disfigured my face, or that I look drastically different from my passport picture or my driver's license. I look the same. I want to point out that the people who choose to have facial tattoos or piercing or color their hair, they look drastically different from their ID pictures. So this is not an issue of national security. What does it matter how I am dressed? What should matter is how we work together to promote, educate our community, to be inclusive and respectful. We need to create more opportunities and spaces for conversations to happen between all cultures, ethnic backgrounds, and religions. Cambridge has never challenged an individual's identity or their progress. The availability of educational institutes and the services in Cambridge have played a huge role in grooming and preparing many women like myself to be contributing members regardless of their dressing choice. Diversity and multiculturalism is celebrated in Cambridge. All citizens take pride in keeping their identities and feel a sense of belonging. Not too long ago, more than 40 newcomers took their citizenship oath in this building, in this very building, and 60 diverse community partners celebrated with them. The City of Cambridge staff, Chamber of Commerce, and councillors like yourself have taken drastic measures and have worked hard to accommodate and promote the inclusion of diversity and uniqueness in our community. Stronger Together was approved by the Cambridge City Council in 2018. It's an inclusive action plan to, this has already enabled a quality of life that is uncompromisable and has successfully placed the City of Cambridge on the map. The City of Cambridge, the Quebec Bill 21 goes against Cambridge's values and principles. The Bill 21 bans public schools, teachers, other public servants in position of authority from wearing religious symbols. Many have called this a thinly veiled Islamophobia and xenophobia piece of legislation, which is setting a very dangerous precedent in Canada about the protection of rights of religious for minorities. if the Bill 21 is passed, Cambridge will not be stronger together. The community members who have come here today, my daughters and I request you with all my humbleness, please let us continue to live in Cambridge with the same sense of security, harmony, sense of belonging, and growing stronger together. Please say no to Bill 21. Thank you.
Thank you, Abia. Are there any, yes, I do have a comment. Would you stay at the podium? Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry. Well, I just wanted to comment on you raising the stronger together because that's something I keep on my desk all the time and refer to it all the time. And I'm just so pleased that you have a copy and that you also believe in the inclusivity that we are attempting to bring to this city. And I just want to thank you for your talk and also for referencing that stronger together. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other further questions or comments. Thank you so much. And the next delegate I have is Medea Syed, also from Muslim Women of Cambridge. Welcome, Medea.
Hello, everybody. Respected Mayor, council members, and community. I am Medea Syed. I am the daughter of that amazing woman, and kudos, Mom, that was amazing. I kind of feel a little nervous coming after her. I am a young Canadian. I was born in Canada. I am a daughter of a Canadian who is a son of a Canadian. My rights and my human rights were written by our respected Prime Minister Trudeau and his father, by his father. It's very upsetting in a relatively young history of Canada that we're rediscussing our rights, rediscussing the morals that were written by our previous prime ministers. Canada's history is not as clean as we like to think it is. We've had a long history of discrimination against groups of minorities. This country was built on the blood of the First Nation. This country was built on the backs of Black Canadians. This country had second-class citizens of Japanese and Chinese ethnicities. This country is not as innocent as we like to think it is. Canada is still in its process of reconciliation with different groups of minorities in Canada. Currently, with our Quebecois brothers and sisters, we are taking many steps back. The idea that neutrality will come from having a non-biased group of authorities is not going to work. Taking people who are visibly minorities, who visibly show their identity on themselves, will not make things easier for Quebecois or even Canada. It pushes a biased system and isolates groups of minorities. I want you to take a look around in the front half of this room. How many people of minorities do you see? How many people are wearing a religious covering? And I want to see this half of the community. How many people have come here showing their identity? I'm not saying it's your fault that we do not have people of minority up here, but people who have worked hard to get here, you're pushing them out of this conversation. Being a person of minority, we bring an interesting voice to the conversation at the table. Pushing them out will not make Canada a better place. This law is a law of discriminatory and will only further the isolation of Muslim groups, further the isolation of Sikh groups, and further the isolation of other groups of minority. Currently, with the tragedies around the world, it is very upsetting that we have a first world country targeting groups of minority. I am a young Canadian. I will be a leader. I will be the adult in the next generation. What am I supposed to say to the children then? I am supposed to be the one who answers. I want to take what you guys do and further that progress. I don't want to fix your mistakes. So please, respected members, please do not make a mistake. Say no to Bill 21 and say yes to diversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Medea, for that presentation. I think your mom's going to be proud. I could see her. Any questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Wolf, I think we're ready for the motion. Please read it in its entirety.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and please excuse my voice. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Adshade. Whereas the City of Cambridge supports every citizen's right to choose what they wear and condemns the province of Quebec's legislation to limit that choice, and whereas the City of Cambridge values religious freedom for people of all faiths, and whereas the City of Cambridge acknowledges the province of Quebec passed Bill 21, which prohibits public servants in influential positions from wearing religious symbols, and whereas this bill directly affects the health, well-being, and sense of belonging of members of the Muslim community in Waterloo Region, and therefore be it resolved, the City of Cambridge denounces Bill 21's intent and substance and reaffirms its commitment to inclusion, belonging, community well-being, and resilient neighborhoods, and a healthy and safe workplace, which includes religious freedom practiced with sincerity and compassion. And therefore, be it resolved, the City of Cambridge is urging the province and provincial advocacy bodies to affirm their commitment to policies, legislation, and practices that promote religious freedom, anti-racism, as well as promote equity, inclusion, and belonging in neighborhoods, communities, and workplaces. And be it finally resolved that this resolution be forwarded to the Honourable Premier of Quebec, the Honourable Premier of Ontario, the local members of Provincial Parliament, the Region of Waterloo, local municipalities, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. And speaking to the motion,
Go ahead.
it is my pleasure and honor to bring forward this motion, and I would like to thank our three delegates for educating us about Bill 21 and the effect it has on our community. I want our city to join with the region, the cities of Waterloo and Kitchener, and our province who have passed similar motions. It is important to let the Premier and government of the province of Quebec know that we strongly object to Bill 21. This bill not only diminishes the rights of the people of Quebec, but casts a shadow on all of Canada. As a Canadian, I should have my religious freedoms and human rights protected from sea to sea to sea. The choice to wear a symbol of my religion does not affect my ability to teach or do any other public service. Our laws should promote anti-racism, inclusion, and equity. They should not be used as an excuse to exclude some religious members of our community from doing public service. It is imperative that Cambridge is not silent while fellow Canadians have their rights denied. I urge Council to pass this motion unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, initially, I thought this was a non-jurisdictional issue because it's a provincial issue passed by Quebec, and I think it's something that the Canadian government really needed to look at and take a serious look at it and challenge Quebec on their motives. But I've had a different thought, and I really appreciate the presentations that were made this evening. And a number of things come to my mind. It's important, it's absolutely imperative that Quebec learn from the rest of this country, including Cambridge, and see that we strongly oppose the position that they have taken. This is wrong. And the Charter of Rights demonstrates that we all have rights that are guaranteed by the Charter, and that, as was clearly stated, Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau brought that into the legislation. It was said that our conversations and the education will make us better informed, and that is absolutely true this evening. I think everybody in the audience is much more aware of the rationale and the reasons. But I think we're stronger together, and our diversity makes us stronger together. And inclusivity makes Cambridge the place where people want to live, work, and raise a family. I'm glad this issue is not present in Cambridge, and I'm glad you came forward this evening to educate us so that we can be opposed to Bill 21 and stand against it as Quebec has brought it forward. We have to move forward. We can't take steps backwards. We go forward. And as was so eloquently stated, you are the future of tomorrow. You are the adult for tomorrow. And we depend on you to continue to move forward so that your children and grandchildren will have the best place in the world to live, work, and raise a family. So I will absolutely support this motion, and I really thank you for coming forward and sharing with us this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Mehta.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well done, everyone who spoke, and it's great that we see a large number coming out opposing this bill, and I'm fully supportive of this motion. I would like to make a friendly amendment, if I could quickly mention that. In the fourth paragraph where it says, whereas this bill directly affects the health, well-being, and sense of belonging of members of the Muslim community in Waterloo region, I would like to also add the Jewish and Sikh communities as well, because I've heard concerns from those communities about this bill as well, especially the Sikh community. And a lot of the Sikh members of my community are in India right now, so they weren't able to come in because they go to India in the winter, a lot of them. So I would like to add those two as well, because I've heard concerns from those communities about the Quebec bill as well.
Do you have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Adshade, just a moment. Yeah. Councillor Mehta, in the second paragraph, it does talk about all faiths. So that may cover what you're talking about there.
I think it should be that
One thing that might be suggested is mention again all faiths. At this particular time, while we're being inclusive, we could run the risk potentially of excluding somebody else that might benefit. So we've used the language all faiths further up. I'm wondering if we could just add all faiths again, and that would be consistent. Would that be accessible? All right, Councillor Adshade, that's accessible? Okay. All right, and is council okay with that amendment? With nods, certainly. Okay, thank you. Councillor Devine.
Yes, and thank you to the chair. Thank you for coming and making presentations tonight. I do understand that your community feels targeted, rightfully so. Rightfully so. I see that this is going much deeper than that, to be honest with you. I really do. And I'm glad Councillor Mehta made the amendments. It's the simple things. Everybody has their own beliefs, has their own religion, and there's certain things in everybody's religion that they do or aware if they're a believer. Sikh males wear the wristband. That's pretty obvious. Pretty obvious, even if they're not wearing a turban. You know, it's pretty obvious what the religion is. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. The Hebrews, they have a different dress as well. There's nothing wrong with that. There's some people who wear a crucifix, St. Christopher medal. And, you know, in this country, we have fought for freedom of choice. We fought for that. We fought for freedom of speech. We fought for freedom for our country, which is everybody living in the country. We fought for freedom of religion, and that goes back to the 1700s. And what's going on here, which really bothers me, it's a divide and conquer mentality, and I have a real problem with that. I really do. So, I mean, I support the motion 100%, but it's about Canada. To me, it's about Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, there's just one thing I wanted to add beyond saying thank you to all of you who came out tonight, those who spoke, but those who didn't speak who came out in support. It's really important to see all of you here tonight, and it supports what we're trying to do as a community, and I really appreciate that. I wanted to mention, though, that this Bill 21 is an assault on our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms by using the notwithstanding clause. What they have done is saying, okay, we are going to not give certain people their rights. That's what the notwithstanding clause means, that we can take rights away from some people. And I just have so much trouble with that. And I think we need to really understand the use of that notwithstanding clause and why they had to use it, because otherwise they wouldn't meet the conditions that are in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And I think that all of us who fought hard and wanted that right for every Canadian citizen, we just abhor the idea that some rights can be taken away by using that notwithstanding clause. So I applaud all of you who came out tonight, and I'm sure that you're going to get the support that you were seeking. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Adshade.
Thanks, Your Worship. And Councillor Reid basically stole my thunder. That's what I was going to say. It was that it's really important to remember that this is breaking the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight and educating us on the topic. But everybody else spoke quite well to it. So that's the only thing I really wanted to add. But Councillor Reid beat me to it. Yeah.
Thank you. And seeing no further comments from members of council, I might just take the chair's privilege and add my own. I too was very touched by the words that you had to say tonight. And although we are here in Cambridge and it's not necessarily our jurisdiction, I went back to the beginning of the meeting where we were facing not only the Ontario flag, but the Canadian flag. And we start our council meetings with a singing of O Canada. And Cambridge is part of Ontario, and it is part of Canada. And indeed, we need to stand together as brothers and sisters and uphold the Canadian Charter of Rights. It's the right thing to do. I will also add my strong support tonight and thank all of you for coming out this evening to be so eloquent in addressing a very important issue, not just to yourselves, but to all of our brothers and sisters who live here in Cambridge and in Ontario and in Canada. And the last thing I'm going to say is I don't think you're the leaders of tomorrow. You are obviously the leaders of today. And we are so fortunate to have your community right here for us to look up to. Thank you so much. And with that, I'm ready to call the vote. We'll have a recorded vote. So you're going to stop the recording. Please cast your vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much for coming out this evening. All right, Council, we will move forward. Are there any notice of motions to be fought forward? Seeing none, any correspondence? There was some that was left on our desk this evening. Does any member of council have any other business? Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I may, just a reminder to Council that we will resume budget discussions on Monday, February 3rd, 2020. And in preparation for our meeting on February 3rd, I wanted to remind Council that we'll be reviewing all the items that were listed to reduce the budget, which is currently set at 4.2%. And there were 31 items that were listed in Appendix A. So please, within the next 12 days, and that's the only time you have left, 12 days to speak with staff regarding those items that you identified in Appendix A to reduce the budget. It's imperative that you speak with staff prior to February 3rd to have your questions or concerns answered. We want to try and expedite the process, the budget process, and it's important that you take that time to get your questions answered before we go into the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. Good reminder. All right, are there any non-jurisdictional items? All right, we'll now do the confirm the proceedings of the council meeting. I think Councillor Adshade, you have the motion. Please read it in its entirety.
I do, thank you, Your Worship. Move by myself and seconded by Councillor Wolf, the confirmatory bylaw, being a bylaw of the City of Cambridge to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge at its meeting held on the 21st day of January 2020.
And thank you. Seeing no comments, all those in favor, please raise your hands. And that carries. Thank you. And now, Councillor Devine, I think you have the motion for the close of meeting. Please read it in its entirety.
Motion to adjourn, moved by myself, second by Councillor Reid, that the council meeting does now adjourn at 8:15 p.m.
Thank you very much. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much.
zones, not rep zones, but range of motion zones. So by shortening it up, what we actually do is intensify the contraction, take it through full range of motion, and we also added an isometric at the end where there's a stopper. For the average person, this is plenty of range of motion. We've only encountered a few individuals that wanted to actually increase the range of motion. But from a safety standpoint, it makes a lot of sense to keep within this range of motion.
And that makes perfect sense. We're always looking at exercise from a safety perspective first. There are plenty of exercises out there that do activate a large amount of muscle, and they will produce results. But whenever we're looking at the cost versus reward ratio, if there's a possibility of causing any sort of long-term injury, long-term harm, or even acute injuries that can get you out of the gym, this is going to decrease your overall results when we're talking about amount of time. If we spend 6 months out of the gym because we've caused an injury in it, we're really not getting where we want to go. So again, I think when you've produced these exercise machines and the way that we've had them performed, we're always focusing on safety as one of the primary key considerations. I think that's going to give everyone the best results, and it's going to keep you in the gym longer and hopefully keep a certain amount of longevity for your training.
Most people living with it don't even know they have it. I'm Alex Lifeson. My family, like many of yours, has dealt with the conditions that cause kidney disease. If you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or a family member with kidney disease, you are at risk. If you are overweight or over 50, you are at risk. And certain ethnic groups are also at higher risk. Please talk to your family doctor and have your kidney function checked regularly.
Candid talk?
I don't believe in retirement, so I do not believe in retirement as far as doing less, yes.
With local entrepreneurs and small business experts.
I believe in jumping, and boy, did I jump.
People that come have never painted since finger painting in kindergarten.
How do you know who to listen to and which ideas to take? Because you can't do it all.
No. Join Linda Ockwell-Jenner and Steve Bentley for The Small Business Show. The Small Business Show, Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On November 23, 2019, at approximately 7:15 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police received a report of a collision in the area of Union Boulevard in Kitchener. A dark-colored four-door sedan with a modified spoiler was traveling west on Union Boulevard and was making a left turn onto Beaumont Avenue West when the vehicle struck a female pedestrian crossing the street on the crosswalk. The vehicle fled the area on a high rate of speed. The victim was transported to the hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of three convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at p3tips.com.
Welcome back to In the Gym. I'm your host, Michael Petrella. Now, we just had an actual demonstration of what someone can do to strengthen the musculature around their ankles and the musculature around their hips to hopefully help prevent falls. Now, this research has actually produced a company called Dynavex, which Jeff is a co-owner of, and the research he's done has produced a line of exercise machines. The Gluteator, which we just saw, was one of them. And Jeff, I just want to know a little bit more. How did this turn into a company? How did we take this research and say, hey, we need a better tool for helping people?
Well, it starts with my business partner, Ken. It's his idea, it's his inception, it's his concept. I just happened to be sitting in the right place at the right time. I was finishing or working on a PhD, and my advisor said, hey, can you sit in on a meeting? Because he knew strength was my background. And I said, absolutely. So we sat in on this. Kent walked in and pitched what he wanted, what he had, what was going on, and my advisor wasn't really interested, and I was curious. So we set up a research project. We put EMGs, we turned the cameras on, we had reflective markers, biomechanical research, and looking at the outputs, I went, wow, there's value in this. There's a lot of value in this. And it was counterintuitive what the way things were thought about at the time. And it from there, Kent and I just struck up a friendship and then a partnership, and then we just started challenging each other in terms of what and how we understood strength. And that was the inception of how it got started. And then I went on to meet Dan Riley. I went on to read more Arthur Jones's The Bulletins. I went in to read other things that were outside of my comfort zone as a strength coach. I started to really expand what it is that I understood and what I believed. And as a result, Dynavex has benefited from Kent's expertise with the design and fabrication of the machine, but then I also have contributed to the outcomes with science and research.
For those who may not know, Dan Riley was a longtime NFL strength coach, and Arthur Jones was the creator of Nautilus and MedX machines. I want to look at your design, and for people who watched the motion we used for the hips, there was hip abduction and hip extension at the same time. So essentially it's a bi-directional machine. So what is a bi-directional machine? I know I just kind of said it in a roundabout way, but how did that come to be?
So as we explained in this earlier, there's two vectors that intersect, and that intersection happens at as close to hip joint center for the average person as we can get it. By adding 2 points of resistance and vectoring them together, we're going to create taxation that is slightly different than the average machine. Most machines have one axis of rotation. By vectoring them together, we're changing the emphasis of the muscle motor unit recruitment, muscle fiber recruitment. And in the case of the Gluteator, what we see is the angle in which the pennation angle of the gluteus maximus is approximately 45 degrees on the average person. Per how the machine is designed, it's meant to create a Gluteator, a glute axis or a glute line of pull. And that's what causes the glute to contract as forcefully as it does in our machine. For the ankle, it's slightly different. What we've done is we've paired inversion and plantar flexion and eversion and dorsiflexion. So I'll talk about the latter first. The peroneal muscles, the lateral compartment of the ankle, those get emphasized on our ankle machine, and those are muscles that are often neglected in a strength environment. Most gyms have plantar flexion and maybe dorsiflexion. By incorporating that eversion and inversion, what we start to see is strength about a joint that is the first to interact with the ground. In the elderly, it's important because plantar flexion and ankle stability is one indication of when people start to actually change their gait mechanics. They go from an ankle-knee strategy to a hip strategy. And so by keeping the ankle strong, mobile, supple, stability-wise, we start to see less decay of gait parameters, less decay of the way someone walks or negotiates stairs and ramps.
And when we're looking at some of these motions happening through these two planes that we've discussed, how do you feel that this is safer than just a single access movement, whether it be done with a machine or whether it be done with a free weight?
What we've seen through research, literature research, and then also anecdotally, we've seen people who hip joint replacement, we've seen people with significant injury. Those are the most profound for us, is we see a less joint shearing, a less joint loading being isolated in one position. And that spreading out, if you will, of the forces makes it more tolerable for somebody who is in a pathological state, whether it be from an injury or a surgery. That's what we've seen. And I have evidence that of people we've worked with.
Perfect. I want to finish off with, what do you think is the future of this research and also the tools that you're helping to make to combat some of these problems? Where do you think this is going to go?
Well, any joint that moves in more than one plane of motion has been discussed, and we've designed and we've talked about. It becomes, the science is there. The opportunity to make a product that significantly contributes is our interest. The interesting part is that when we first made the gluteator and started to get it out there, it wasn't widely recognized and received. So now people are starting to say, wait a minute, this gluteator, it works. Now we're starting to look at the ankle, we're starting to look at the torso, we're starting to look at the shoulder and these other things. But the one that we're probably on the horizon with is we're working with an NFL team, the Steelers, and they have suggested a machine, a concept. We'd already had it laid out, but they're saying this is something we would be interested in and seeing what it does for our athletes. And so that's probably the near future. Long term, I would really like to get into some shoulder mechanics, especially for overhead athletes.
That's fantastic. We look forward to seeing what you guys come up with. If one of the viewers wanted to learn more about who you are and how they can get in touch with you, what's the best way?
Probably right now, our website is just Dynavec MD as in multidirectional.com. It's probably, we're real active on our Instagram page, which is Dynavec MD, at Dynavec MD. Those are probably the two quickest, easiest ways, and then we'll respond via contact emails and try to educate you or get you up to speed as fast as possible.
Perfect. Jeff, I want to thank you very much for being on the show.
Thank you.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Looking for great seats to all the action? Rogers Super Sports Pack delivers. With NBA League Pass, get up to 40 out-of-market games every week, all season long. More dunks, more slams, more to love, live in HD. NBA League Pass, part of the Rogers Super Sports Pack. All this for only $35.95 a month. Order through your remote on Channel 431 or call 1-888-ROGERS-1 today.
Hey, did you know?
More than 4,500 Canadians are waiting for an organ transplant right now.
Right now. 4,500.
People are dying.
And you could save a life. 90% of Canadians say they're willing to donate their organs.
But only a few are registered.
So what are you waiting for? Get registered.
It's easy and it's free.
Leave a legacy. Be a hero.
Save a life.
Find out how to register today. Go to kidney.ca.
Welcome to forever, man. This is forever. And there will be no surrender. You know that this right here forever. No surrender. It's forever.
Hi, I'm Gordon McLean, host of Get to the Point, the one political talk show that guarantees you wit, intelligence, and honesty. Wednesday nights at 9, right here on Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV.
Welcome to the C-Suite, where we are helping you today to create choices around how you bring your best self to 2020. Our guests today are going to be sharing you some tips and ideas around creating purpose and goals, and even kind of planning out what 2020 is going to look like for you. Our first guest today is Cheryl Himberg. She's the CEO of Key Element Solutions. She's all about empowering women to connect through collaboration and not competition, to really create that success and to achieve ambitious results. So welcome, Cheryl, to the show today.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So you're, again, you do a lot of work on LinkedIn. It's all about supporting women and connecting women through that collaboration and not competition. So where does this passion to help support women come from?
So my passion has always been to empower other people to succeed and achieve their goals. And I really am passionate about supporting women and doing that after a career in corporate, and noticing that there were things missing that would have been able to help me further my career or feel more supported and have more collaboration.
Okay, and you mentioned a couple of things that you felt that were missing. Are these things that you are now providing and helping to give women that who also might have been missing it in their careers?
Absolutely. It was creating a space where we can really come together and be able to support one another. So it really is that collaboration over competition, and have a safe environment for us to be able to raise our hand and say, I'm crushing it, and we celebrate you. But also be able to raise your hand and say, I'm drowning right now, and we dive in and support you.
Nice. And so how do you create that kind of community?
So for me, what I've done transitioning from corporate is I created quarterly masterminds. And so these are high-level masterminds for women professionals in an industry, people leaders, business owners who are just really driven to succeed and move to the next level. I say it's to shatter their glass ceiling and really achieve those ambitious results in a way where they can be surrounded by like-minded, driven women who believe in collaboration.
Oh, great. So I like the idea that you just used the phrase around the shattering their own glass ceilings. So with the work that you've done, the clients you've worked with, so where do you see that glass ceiling be? Like, where is it coming from and what does it look like?
So we all know about the glass ceiling. We've all heard of the glass ceiling. But as women, one of the things I've really found widespread is that we place a glass ceiling upon ourselves. And it really is from limiting beliefs. It could be from experiences, things that we were told as early as in school, but it's just the barriers that we impose there for ourselves.
So it's creating an environment where we can together challenge leadership assumptions and really break through those barriers and those limiting beliefs to really be able to move to our next level. And we will come up against more barriers, and to keep being able to break through those in a really supported space to really help you move forward.
Now, the CEO Day that you have up in January, so is there a specific theme that you're focusing on for that day, or is it more driven through what the participants need at the time?
No. So for January, because this is our new millennium, and I had the absolute pleasure of attending a conference in 2019 and hearing an amazing storyteller, Sam Horn, speak. And she was talking about how someday is not a day of the week. And that really resonated with me. And so often I hear from women professionals who, whether they're balancing career and family life or just career and personal life, they're often saying, I'll get to it someday. Mm-hmm. And I just really thought someday is not a day of the week. And so that's our theme for January, is not to put our goals on the shelf, not to wait for some time in the future. It's that, permeating thought of there's plenty of time. Mm-hmm. We don't need to keep waiting. We can really, really create goals that, in a way that really drive and support us forward to be achieving our goals, but with reducing the overwhelm.
So it's almost like, moving forward, but doing it without the overwhelm, but doing it in a way that makes sense for you, and kind of, you're talking about purpose and creating that sense of purpose with your goals.
It is. It's aligning your business life and your personal life to really support the vision that you have and support where you want to be going. So I talk a lot about having created a life that I love and that every day I live on purpose, and it's very intentional. And it's not something that I always did, and it's something that I had to create for myself and work a lot with my clients in being able to create that. And I know I use the word balance, but I really try to avoid that. I talk about work-life flow more, because sometimes work takes more and sometimes our personal life takes more. But we can create goals that will energize us and that will move us forward in our life vision and where we want to be in a way that doesn't have to make us feel overburdened.
And so how do you create goals that align with kind of that vision and that sense of purpose? Because a lot, if you've been working in the corporate environment, you think SMART goals, you're very structured, it's very process oriented.
Yes.
But to kind of have those goals that have a little bit more sense of purpose behind it or meaning, that's kind of almost looking like you have to break out of that SMART goal perspective and think of goal setting in a different way.
You do. And I joke and say it's very cliche. I read a book and it changed my life, but I read a book and it changed my life. And it's called The 12-Week Year. And so when I read that, it transformed the way I viewed goals and goal planning and vision and what I wanted, but also the way that I created my plans to achieve them. And it was really through that, being able to develop the ways to do it where you're focusing on the key critical things. As women, sometimes we know all the things that we could do and we try to do all the things, and it can become very overwhelming. And by approaching it in a non-annualized format, I was really able to adapt to the things that were most important and be able to pivot and change when I needed to, but also identify the areas that mattered most to me and show up with my best in those places.
Nice. So this 12-week year, is that part of your CEO Day as well?
It is. So we always have a learning in the morning, a learning component, because we really are there to keep developing and growing together. And then we create a 12-week goal and a tactical plan to achieve it. And through our group, we are also supporting one another. So many times during the conversations during the CEO Day, one of the women will say, oh, I have a connection for that, or oh, I've tried this, and so it really becomes this great network of CEO Day alums that really want to help you move forward and grow and achieve your goals, and allow you to tap into their network and their skill sets and their abilities to be able to help you get there.
That's wonderful. So we're out of time, but very quickly, can you share how people can learn, how viewers can learn more about the CEO Day?
Absolutely. So they can go to my website at keyelement.ca and email me, success@keyelement.ca, and be able to learn more about myself and the CEO Day and just the greatness that we're doing within there.
Great. And sorry, what is the date?
January 21st, 2020.
2020.
Yes,
That's great.
2020.
So thank you for helping us to inspire that great movement into 2020, creating some purpose.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you. We're going to be taking a quick commercial break, and when we come back, creating purpose and intention through planning to create success.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details. Rangers action on Rogers TV.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers is looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On Thursday, November 21st, 2019, at approximately 3:40 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police responded to a report of a pedestrian struck on Cedar Brae Avenue and Sunnydale Place in Waterloo. A school crossing guard was assisting students crossing the road when she was struck by a pickup truck. The pickup truck fled the area without stopping. The 55-year-old crossing guard was transported to hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of three convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at www.p3tips.com.
Welcome back to the C-Suite, where we are helping you to create choices in how you show up and bringing your best self to 2020. Our next guest is Michelle Pacheco, and she focuses on helping women to bring their best self from a food, nutrition, and mindset perspective, calling it a trifecta to really help you fuel yourself to be able to achieve those goals in 2020 and the success you're looking for. So welcome, Michelle, to the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. So this idea of the trifecta that you focus on with your clients, so why is it those three elements that you really look at?
So it really stemmed from my own journey in health and wellness. Coming from a place of depression, I started to realize that I needed something to get outside of my own head, and that led me to my fitness journey. And the better I felt as I went through that journey or followed a program, I started to feel that I needed to fuel my body. And once I fueled my body, again, that made me feel better, and it's almost become cyclical. Right? The food and the fitness all kind of work together in conjunction, so you want to keep doing better. But then there's always a missing piece, right? Because those ugly demons can always come back in your own head. And the way to do that is to do it through personal development and fueling your mind with positive words and engaging with like-minded people. So it's become almost this beautiful little cycle that one kind of blends into the other, and not like a balance, right? But they all feed into each other. And when one's out of whack, so to speak, the others kind of fall to the wayside, right? So when you're feeling good, you want to fuel your body with proper food, and you want to keep going by fueling it through exercise and getting those endorphins moving forward. So those 3 points, those 3 peaks, became known as the trifecta.
I like the idea of that. And like how you said, if one falls to the wayside, it's kind of like everything, it's not like, you can take one out and, the food nutrition keep on going, but it's really about the element that they really all complement each other. And like you said, they're a cycle. So if one goes away, the other two just aren't as efficient or don't work as well.
Right. So when a lot of women approach me, or when my clients or upcoming clients, I like to say, when when they start talking to me about their own journeys, it usually stems from fitness. They want to lose 10 to 15 pounds quickly. And then when we start to dive deeper into that, we can see that something's holding them back. They've got these anchors that are weighing them down, and that comes with a mental wellness check. And that also comes dealing with nutrition. Right? Once we start to poke holes into what they think is clean eating and what they think is positive mindset, we can start to build up their perspectives and their prosperity, and then the weight eventually comes off. So what initially becomes a fitness journey becomes a health and wellness journey, and the fitness almost becomes third in their cycle.
Interesting. So it's almost like it becomes a new norm. So the fitness just becomes part of everyday life. Whereas, is it more the mindset that you find drives, or is there one, even though they work together, is there one driver for everything?
Initially, it's that fitness aspect. Once we get that understanding that they have to commit to some type of movement in their day, then we start to focus on the mindset and the nutrition. Right? Once those two get a better understanding of how simple they can be to incorporate in your busy days, then the fitness becomes hand in hand. And by that time, they're into a cycle where it's become their new norm, right? They've created these sustainable habits that they can't essentially go a day without a workout, right? And if they do, like a rest day becomes a way to go, I need to do something, some type of movement in their day. So it's funny watching the journey and experiencing it myself, how that fitness kind of almost becomes like a third issue versus it being the main focus and drive.
Interesting. Yeah. So it kind of really reshapes as you start going through the journey. Interesting. Yeah. So you're talking about simplicity and trying to get things simple so that even though you're busy, you've got careers, you have family, you've got personal lives, a lot of times fitness, nutrition, and personal wellness really fall to the wayside. Right. So how do you keep it simple so that it can become that new normal in someone's life?
So what I try to do with my clients and myself, I'm a busy mom with 2 active teenage boys, is to really kind of plan and prep. We plan for our grocery lists. So when we're doing those grocery lists, it's about creating meals that are going to be sustainable for us. So in my client groups, what usually happens, everyone's got the all-in mentality, right? I'm going to dive in, I'm going to commit to this 100%, and after 3 days of eating what they think is clean, food, which is chicken and broccoli, it's not. They fall off the wagon. And what I try to do is to create little processes that they can maintain throughout the week. So let's focus on creating clean breakfasts for the week. Let's focus on your clean snacks for the week. And then we start to incorporate dinners and lunches, and we take it little step by step so that it becomes a sustainable habit for them in the future. And then the next thing I get, well, it's too much time on my Sundays doing meal prep. Then I focus on what I call convenience veggies. Let's look at those small little peppers, those little mini cucumbers, things that are kind of wash and go, or those veggie trays from the grocery store. They're easy, they're accessible, and they're always at your fingertips for a healthy, nutritious snack versus the protein bar that you think is healthy and it's full of sugar. So it's really about changing that mindset around food and how simple it can be versus trying to dive all into some type of fad diet or some type of idea or notion that if they fall off the wagon or if they fall off track or if they've enjoyed a glass of wine or a slice of pizza, that somehow all the work has gone. And it's not about that. It's never about deprivation. It's about enjoying the food, being present with your family and friends, but understanding that foods are fuel for your body. And if we honor and respect our bodies will honor and respect us in turn.
I like that. And like you're saying how everything can be very simple and you can plan things out. So what are some techniques that you use around planning that even a busy life, it's only a few minutes a day and really it's done and you're good for the week?
Right. So one of the things that I like to do is create sustainable meals for the week and really understanding that we can have simple meals or simple breakfasts throughout the week that are grab and go. So stuff like egg bakes, right? Simple things that we throw in our muffin tins and then we put in a Ziploc bag in the fridge and we grab and go. The convenience veggies that I refer to, those small little mini peppers, we wash them, we put them in the fridge, and then we grab and go. Stuff like tracking, using a tracker or a journal. Something you can buy them at the dollar store, you can print them off online, you can reach out and I'll send one your way, and tracking what those meals are and what foods we're intaking and really leaning into how you're feeling throughout the day is one of those ways that we can start to create those easy habits to create a sustainable, healthy lifestyle. So
it sounds like almost a lot of mindfulness that's going into what you're eating.
Right.
And when you're eating, you're feeling better, you're exercising, you're achieving those goals, you've got that success.
Yes.
And it's really rooted in planning, which is not something that I would typically think. You'd think it's the action first versus creating the plan around the action.
Right, right.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's funny to hear once people start creating these little habits, how it just becomes the norm for them, right? That really kind of, that mindfulness that you refer to really kind of lends them to believe that what they're fueling their body with is really good food, and they're not depriving themselves whatsoever. I think as a society we've become so, I wouldn't say we're lacking in mind of what we eat and put into our bodies, that we're just grabbing and going. We're not listening to how we're feeling, and we become so, what I refer to as comfort in our own discomfort, right? That little bloat factor, that button factor where your jeans are just a little bit too tight. We've all had it, where that becomes the norm, and that we say, that's okay. I'm not gonna worry about that. I'll worry about it someday. And then we all know that someday never comes.
Never comes. Yeah. Well, let's make that someday today.
Yes.
And thank you for sharing all of these simple tricks about, and just tips around planning and how you can plan to eat healthy and feel better and really achieve those goals in 2020.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are going to be taking another quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to be looking at career planning for 2020 and creating a career with meaning. And this is for all of these students who are graduating. We'll be back after the break.
Add some to your life. Let's go. CTV Sci-Fi Channel free preview is on.
I'm bringing the party to you.
What the hell are you doing out here, Picard? Saving the galaxy?
Fancy a trip in the box?
The crisis has begun.
I am attempting to save the multiverse.
Explore our universe.
Engage.
CTV Sci-Fi Channel free preview on now.
Join Natasha McKenty for In Studio. Get details about upcoming events, the how-to on a new recipe.
Cooking in the kitchen with all things from Ontario.
In Studio, Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
Linda Ockwell-Jenner and Steve Bentley invite local entrepreneurs and small business experts to share their stories of success in small business. The Small Business Show, Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
I joined because I wanted to help others.
To be a part of something bigger.
To show my kids what's important.
I joined to make my community stronger.
To make a difference in someone's life.
To acknowledge that our freedoms come at a cost.
I joined to honor my mom.
My grandpa.
My neighbor.
Everyone who served.
Who are serving still.
I joined.
I joined.
I joined the Legion.
Welcome back to the C-Suite. We're talking in this segment all about creating that career with meaning and purpose, and specifically for the students who are going to be graduating and entering into their first career after their school. So we have Livy Peace here for this segment, and she's going to be talking about how she's a clairvoyant coach, but what she's done is she's incorporated career coaching for students, helping them to really understand their strengths, their values, and creating that career with intention. So you're starting a career with meaning, really, right out of school.
Right out of school.
We love that. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me.
So a lot of the work that you do is with clients who are coming from very highly controlled environments. So how do you switch from that to career coaching?
Well, it was actually a great opportunity because I'm working with people who have come from highly controlling groups or relationships or families. They pretty well have to change everything right at the beginning. Like they have to find new purpose, they have to find new work and new places to live. And an opportunity came available to me to be able to work with a company called Journeus through the States. And with that, they had very similar values to me. So one of the things that I do with my clients is support them to really find out what their core values are, really connect with what their strengths are, and really connect as well with what they're passionate about, what they're interested in, so that they can create a new life for themselves. And this is something that Journeys does as well. So it was really a great match. It was right closer to the beginning of my career as a life coach, and it worked out really well, and I'm still working with them to be able to move forward with that.
Absolutely. So I really like it because it's focused on students, because you spend however many years focusing on getting knowledge and skill, but there really isn't that focus on, so once you leave wherever you're going to school, finding that career that really has meaning, and that's not really talked about.
No, it's not talked about. And in so many cases, when people are coming out of university, they're thinking, okay, so I've got this degree, what do I do next? And they haven't really thought about what is possible. Most people are looking at, okay, where do I just find the money? Right? Because you've got debts, you've got things that are going on, and you need to really start moving forward with it. And a lot of people want to have that full independence. And they never really think about, what is it that I can do with my career that would be fulfilling, that would be motivating, that would be interesting. And when you get into and talk about those core values that you have, when you really connect with the skills that you already possess, and then just add in there that mix of passion and the things that you're really interested in, it's amazing the things that you can come up with. When I've had just even 1 hour sessions with individuals, they have come in not knowing at all what they wanted to do. And at the end, they're coming out with, I've got a plan, I want to be this, I know who to talk to, I know what those next steps are, and I'm raring to go.
It's kind of like a package to kind of move forward, and you know where to apply and how to apply and who to talk to. And
in most cases, many individuals already have a network that they can sort of tug the strings on to be able to move forward with it. But they hadn't really considered how mixing all of those things together could create a career that would be something that they are really jazzed about, that they really want to move forward with.
Do you find a lot of the students that you see as clients that they're not used to having the kind of conversations that's really focused on them and what they want?
Absolutely, totally. Because what happens is you get the idea, okay, I need to do this. This was something that my family always did. This is what the expectations are. They might be coming to me and talking about values, and I'll just get that feeling of, are these yours? Right? And we really dive into, is that important to you? And they say, well, no, that's more of what is expected. Okay, so let's dive into what's actually important to you. What are the skills that you really enjoy doing? And being able to mix those all together. And the inspiration that comes from that is amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
Now, do you also help coach students as well with the conversation? So say there was this idea around, there was an expectation of you to go down a certain path, and then just because there's a passion to do something different, there might be some conversations that need to be had, with other people. So do you kind of coach them through that as well? 'Cause
Absolutely.
that could be a big change.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah, definitely. With the coaching that I do, I don't give advice. I don't give advice because I trust that you have your own path, that you have your internal resources, that you're okay. You'll make the best decisions possible with the resources that you have, and that change will always happen. So with that, I support those individuals to really be creative and find those ways of being able to move forward and have those difficult conversations in a way that aligns with their core values, aligns with their own strengths, and helps them to really have that motivation and knowing that it's the right thing for them to be able to do to move forward. They're not going to be easy. I mean, it's simple. It's a simple thing that you will have as a plan, but it won't be easy. But you get the resources that you need, you get the inspiration that you need to be like, yes, this is important enough to have those conversations.
I like how you said it's not necessarily going to be easy, because sometimes making difficult decisions is hard, but it's more you've got the plan, at least the nice thing is that they've got your support as well.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. And you know what, if they come back, like usually there's multiple sessions that we have together because change takes time and change takes effort. And if something was a piece that they were planning to do over the week and it didn't happen, then we find out what is it that were those gremlins, those nattering negative things that stop them from being able to do that. And we dive into that to have a better understanding so that they can have a firm way of being able to move forward.
Oh, that moving forward in a career that has meaning for them as well.
Absolutely.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you so much for being here today and sharing that and helping students kind of set themselves up for success in 2020.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that's it for today on the C-Suite. Thank you very much for joining us today, and thank you for taking the time and making the choice to be with us today. We'll see you next time.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Whether it's in the kitchen,
Bibimbap.
bibimbap,
There you go.
I love it, or at the table,
Let's get rid of all of those cards. Keep 2.
Natasha McKenty serves up fun and interesting conversation.
It can really position you as an expert in your particular niche or industry.
Get details about upcoming events, the how-to on a new recipe, or discover a local author. In studio,
it's pink.
Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV.
Good morning. So I'm going to stand over here because I have been put in charge of the PowerPoint, but I forgot my clicker, so one moment. Thank you. All right. So yes, Shavar and I are very excited to be here with everyone this morning. When we were approached by Bill several months back to help design this program for you, we thought it was a great opportunity to kind of talk about the future of religion in Canada, because that is exactly what we are studying, though from very different perspectives. So we're going to do a little bit of introductions, just because we thought that might be a good way to start. I know Bill gave us a little bit of background on us, but just a little more information. So my name is Elizabeth Guthrie. I'm a second-year PhD student at the University of Waterloo. My area of research is Chinese Buddhism in Canada and the intersections between sacred and secular space. So basically what I'm looking at is how do Chinese Buddhists kind of create sacred space in Canada, and how does that creation of their sacred space affect the landscape that they share with other religious and non-religious communities. So that's, I did my master's at Queen's University, and my undergraduate was in Pacific and Asian Studies and Religious Studies, and I did it at the University of Victoria. So clearly I've had a long interest in Asian traditions, Asian culture. I lived in China for several years in my youth as well. So that is a little bit about myself. And then we have Shavar.
And I'm also a second-year PhD student at Laurier, and my background is a little bit more, I have a little more varied background. I actually am a graduate of geology and math, who then jumped ship and turned into social sciences. Sometimes I think it would have been easier to stay in the sciences, but because you have to elaborate a lot more in the arts. But my particular area of study are the Jarahi Sufis in Toronto, which are a specific Sufi group that came over with the Turkish diaspora in the 50s and 60s. And so tied into that are elements of studying Islamophobia and also the experiences of the invisible minority. So people who are on most levels would be considered a minority, except they wear we have masks that maybe you might not readily understand as being like from a different religion or a different ethnic background, but still experience a lot of the same difficulties that visible minorities do.
All right. I know Bill already mentioned that we've been involved in the planning of this 8-week course. We just thought we'd talk a little bit about what we were thinking in terms of the topics we worked together to choose and the scholars we chose. So I don't know if you want to jump in.
One of the things that it would be interesting to see, and we're going to talk about a little bit about this today, is the diversity among religious scholars and the topics and the approaches that are used in this field of study as we look to religion and try to understand our interaction with it. So the one thing Elizabeth and I were discussing to be like in order to start this 8-week program is to define what religion is. You know, what is religion? Do we have a working definition of it? So,
and that actually brings us to, so Shavra and I kind of like to have a little more of a conversational approach to how we're teaching, and we like to involve the audience if we're able to and when we're able to. So instead of us just starting to define religion for you, what we would like to do is have you think for a few moments to yourself, pair up with the person next to you, and then talk about your ideas, and then share them with us, and we will discuss kind of we'll pull out what some common themes might be coming out, and then we'll go into the rest of the lecture itself. So are there any questions about this Think, Pair, Share? No? So the question that you're going to attempt to be answering, by the way, is how would you define religion? No pressure, right?
And we're going to take about 5 minutes to talk about it.
So. Yours are good. All right. So it certainly seems like there's some good conversation going on. So how would you define religion? Who feels comfortable to throw out some ideas about what religion is? Don't worry, there's no wrong answers. Yes?
We didn't define it because one member of our group says he's an atheist, and there are many other atheists here, so we just left it blank.
All right. Excellent. All right.
Can you repeat what people say?
Yes, I will repeat. So we had a group back here who they did not define it. They left it blank because one of the people that they were talking with was an atheist, and so they didn't feel it was appropriate to attempt to define it at that particular moment, perhaps. Yes?
It's the organizational and institutional structure that is put into place in support of a particular belief system.
Very nice. Okay, let me see if I can do that justice and repeat it. So, organizational and institutional structure in support of the devotion of a belief system. Thank you. So, it's very good. It was very well worded, and I was not going to do it justice, and that's all right. What else? Oh, sorry. Yes.
Mine is a bit different. I grew up in Buddhism, my family Buddhism.
Mm-hmm.
So I immersed in that idea and everything, teaching in Buddhism, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I went to school, which is a Roman Catholic. And then I was baptized, so I'm Roman Catholic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I come out to this world, travel different. And then I belong to, well, I won't say I belong to, I'm turned towards science, you know, with all the universe and this and that and the other. And then now I'm confused.
That is fair. That is very fair. And perhaps what Shavra and I are going to attempt to do is probably add to that confusion today in our discussion, just to let you know perhaps that beforehand what we're going to be discussing. Yes, so the comment was that she was raised in a Buddhist family, but then went to a Roman Catholic school, practiced Roman Catholicism for a part of her life, traveled around, and now she doesn't know what religion really is. Because of science.
With the science, I come.
That's right. The science. Yes, that's right. You connecting with science and trying to understand, the relationship between science and religion and what that might be and stuff. I think I saw another hand. Oh, yes.
If you add to that, there's the perplexity on the part of human society as to why we're here, where we came from, what is our purpose in life, how did the cosmos come into being, and they develop ideas which they label as divine, and there's a feeling of a connection between humans and divine, and there's some kind of will of the divine that gives some kind of moral principles and talks about the way life should be lived for the best possible results.
All right. So we're going to summarize it a little bit, but no, it's a very good point. So, religion helps to kind of answer and also ask the questions about why are we here, the purpose of life, how do cosmos come about, connecting between our lives and the lives of divine, what we've labeled as the divine, and what's that connection between the two, or between the multiple, depending on the tradition we're talking about. Any other? Oh, so many. All right. We'll go for a couple more, and then.
It involves the moral rules and laws that allow us to live together as a society.
So religion involves the moral laws and rules that allow societies, or individuals and societies, to live together. Mm-hmm. Yes? Yeah.
Why complicate things? It's a path to fall.
Path to foe. Religion is the path to foe. Follow, I'm sorry. I was like, path to foe, this is an interesting one. I've never heard it. Yes, religion is a path to follow. That's a very nice, uncomplicated way to put it, yes. One last one? Yes.
I'm not sure how I define it, but I know it when I see it.
Okay. You know it when you see it. Not sure how to define it, but you know religion when you see it.
Can I just add something?
Mm-hmm.
I grew up without any religion,
mm-hmm.
But I was curious as a child in post-war Germany. So I went to church with a friend, and the first thing that I learned was a Lutheran pastor screaming from the pulpit, "Only Lutherans go to heaven." And I thought to myself, that man is wrong, and I'm 9 or 10 years old. And I've been very curious about religion ever since. I've educated myself and discovered that really it's all about the same thing. So why are we struggling and arguing and not getting along? Because it's all teaching us how to conduct ourselves in this life and what we are. And we are mental, physical, and spiritual. And the spiritual part connects me to the divine. And as such, I feel that I have a line to God. And God talks to me. And it is direct. And it is my relationship with the divine. That is my religion. And it may be different from yours, and different from yours, and different from everybody. But I have this relationship with the divine. And it can change, I can grow, I can learn. But basically, that's what I call religion.
Thank you. So just to summarize, the last comment here was that, religion is mental, physical, spiritual, often is very personal. It's a direct relationship between yourself and the divine that you, as you've classified it, as you understand it, and it's going to be different for different individuals in different communities. And it's going to be changeable, right? It's not a static thing, which is what Shavra and I are going to discuss as well. So thank you for participating in that. There's some really great points. We've ranged from, don't want to put a label to it because it's so difficult to put a label to it, range from, organized and institutional belief structure, answering big questions about life, the biggest questions about life, and a path to follow, moral laws that guide us, and also to, how it's very individual, and that when you see it, you know what religion is, right? So those are some of the diverse ways of understanding and defining religion, and that's just within a few minutes within this group of I'm not sure how many individuals there are here today exactly, but not that many. But it just shows you how difficult it is to define religion, and how, that difficult task that scholars of religion that we have ahead of us.
So usually when we ask this question, how to define religion, we get things like, okay, rituals, rites. The one thing that didn't come up is communication. So that's a question I will throw out to you, just to contemplate. Can you have religion without communication? If you can't speak it, if you can't share it with somebody else, can you have religion? But that's just something that's an aside. But Elizabeth and I are going to complicate things as much as we don't want to complicate things, and keep it very simple. And move to looking at, we're not going to give you a nice, easy definition of religion, because there is no nice, easy definition of religion. It's messy, it's complex. There are many, many different approaches and many different ways to look at the study of religions particularly. So defining religion as an entity is almost as difficult as defining culture. And if anybody can define culture, please help us out, and we'll graduate right away. One of the things that Elizabeth and I were actually contemplating about is, we've already said that religion and culture are difficult to define. Can we actually separate them from one another? Should we separate them from one another? Does religion exist in a box on its own, nice and neat, without interacting with anything else? And quite often, because we've been trained this way, we have this idea that things belong in boxes. We have something called religion, we have something called biology, we have something called chemistry, because that's what we've been kind of trained our whole lives to do. But actually, it's a little bit more of an interactive weaving and flowing of water. And one of the metaphors that keep coming to our mind is, okay, so we've got water and we've got salt, and these two things are separate entities on their own. When they come together, which one exists and which one disappears? And I think if you think about it, neither one actually disappears, but they're both mutually changed. And if you look at any type of interactions between cultures or religions and other entities, that's exactly what's going on. It's not like a culture meets a culture and one absorbs the other one. There's a mutual changing that's happening, and religion is the same. So of all the myriad of definitions of religion, it's only a starting point. And all it does, defining what religion is to you or to me, is defining simply a starting point and placing ourselves. It's about positionality.
Yeah, so before we continue on with defining religion, we're just going to talk about religious studies a little bit. So this is the area that the two of us are in, and it is something that we come across often is when we say, oh, we're religious studies scholars, is there's often a misunderstanding of what that means, which makes sense. I don't necessarily know what a physicist does exactly, kind of an idea, but not precisely what they do, right? So what do you think, though, the number one pet peeve of religious studies scholars might be? We do have, I'm sure it's not the same for everyone, but there is one that tends to be the top list of our pet peeves, and you don't have to call it out. I'm just wanting you to think for a moment what you think it might be.
Well, people probably always ask me who the leaders are.
That is definitely one of the very common questions is, do we believe in God or are we religious ourselves? And it's very close to actually, yeah, the question is that religious studies is not theology. So the academic study of religion is not the same as the academic study of theology. Sorry, hold on.
And we're not here as religious studies scholars, which many of the speakers over the next 8 weeks are coming out of the discipline of religious studies. They're not here to validate or invalidate religion or the existence of God or the non-existence of God. It's simply to observe and document and study how people experience religion, how people deem things religious or supernatural or special or unique. Because if we go back to a lot of the things that we were discussing when we were talking about the meaning of religion, how we define religion, I'm sure that we can talk about organizational, institutional structures and have it not be religious. It can be something else as well. Like we can be school. You can have secular things that are very similar in structure, but not necessarily religion.
So if religious studies is not theology, theology then is not religious studies. Theology is the study of the inner workings of a particular religion, and it's usually from by an individual within that tradition. You know, it's attempting to answer the questions about the nature of the divine or the nature of God, the nature of put the right term in that place. It is also an academic study or academic discipline, just like religious studies is. But the types of questions that theologians ask are different than the types of questions that religious studies scholars ask. And so this next slide it's a little small, and I apologize for that. It's just a type of different questions. Is a theologian or a religious studies scholar going to ask these type of questions? What is the cause of suffering? How do we define religion? How does one get to heaven, for example? Or what was it about East Asia in the 6th century BCE that caused the Buddha to lead to the idea of suffering? That's a little bit about my own background and what the research I've done. But these are the different types of questions. And of course, with everything, there are always caveats. I mean, we are trying to not box anything to say, oh, well, this is religious studies and this is theology. They do sometimes cross boundaries, so to speak. They can be intermingled. They are distinct from each other, and religious studies did grow out of theology, but that doesn't mean they can't be mutually influencing each other, and they are complex. However, usually, if there is a religious studies scholar like ourselves, we're not going to be approaching the study of religion the same way that a theologian might be. And that means that the way we define religion is going to be different than a theologian's perspective on defining religion. So we are going to go back to attempts to define religion within the study of religion. And there have been various ways of defining religion and different approaches. So they all, of course, have their own merits. They are all useful for different reasons, and are coming out of certain times and places. And so you have to remember that when you were talking about definitions, that they are situated, right? They are going to have reflect the place and time that they came out of. So what we're going to do is move into some definitions of religion that we have utilized, or maybe not personally utilized, but have been used. And there's kind of the three themes of from rigid to fluid and dynamic in an attempt towards challenging the scope of definition. So the first definition of religion that we're going to use is a Google definition of religion. Yes. Because, I mean, think about it. If you are, perhaps a younger, like a child or a teenager, and you have been talking about religion in class or something, and you're like, what are we talking about? I don't know what this is. You're going to go to Google, and Google's going to give you a lovely definition of religion, which according to Google, religion is a noun, and it is the belief in and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god or gods. It's a particular system of faith and worship and a pursuit or interest to which someone ascribes supreme importance.
Now, how many find this limiting? Like a limited, and very narrow explanation. The one thing that I think of when we read that Google, the Google definition is, do we have any gardeners? Anybody a gardener here? Right. How do you feel when you're in the garden? Do you feel a connection to anything? Like, would you consider that something that you would deem religious?
Spiritual.
Right? So spiritual. So we're kind of moving to this place of maybe separating out, teasing out spiritual from religious. But are there other ways, like anybody, I don't know, some people, I've heard people talking about people who have no religious affiliation, speaking of childbirth or being present when somebody is crossing over as a divine experience, even without having any type of religious alignment. So we find the Google definition, as much as Google's a great scholar, I think we can move on from Uncle Google there.
So yeah, it limits, like Chava was saying, it limits the possibility of what is and what is not religion or religious or even potentially spiritual, and it religious the possibility of what practices or beliefs could be considered religious. So we're going to move on to another type of definition, which is Clifford Geertz, religion as a system of symbols.
Right. Have many of you heard of Clifford Geertz before? He released The Interpretation of Cultures, came out in 1973. And there's actually two aspects of Clifford Geertz that are really helpful in the study of religion. The first one is his definition of religion, and his definition is that religion is a system of symbols that establish powerful, pervasive, and long-lasting moods and motivations in people by formulating conceptions of a general order of existence and clothing these with an aura of factuality that the moods and motivations seem uniquely realistic.
One of the things you might notice is we like our jargon.
We actually don't. So if we want to rework that very simply, he's talking about there being symbols and moods that create moods and motivations. So it expands the rigid definition of this, okay, religion belongs in this box, to tease it out a little bit more. The other thing that Clifford Geertz is known for is something called thick description. And this goes into what we were discussing about how we can't have things exist in just a box. If we can we take biology and say biology has nothing to do with religion? Can we actually separate them out and say, okay, well then what about the impact of religion, the use of religious doctrine and its engagement with the body, let's say, or reproduction, or all these other things, say chemistry, and then we can go and look at intoxication, let's say, and rules around things like that. If we look at geography, the people moving, like everything is kind of, so his concept of thick description is not to box yourself in. What else is religion interacting with? How are they influencing one another? And then how is that fitting in the larger framework of how humans make meaning in their world?
Yeah, and so, just to summarize, I mean, he is attempting, of course, Geertz attempts to try to define religion, what is and what isn't, but he does recognize the need for thick descriptions and doesn't want to box it in too much. And of course, these essential characteristics of Geertz's religion, moods and motivations, symbols, an ordering of how to live, and, uniquely realistic feeling towards these can be found elsewhere. Nationalism, for example, could be a unique mood and motivation, and so they're not limited to just defining religion. So from Geertz in 1973, we move to one of my particular favorite ways of defining religion, which is from Thomas Tweed. Anyone familiar with Dr. Tweed? No, that's all right. So Thomas Tweed says that religions are confluences of flows. It's a bit more to that, but what he says is, religions, this is his definition of religion, are confluences of organic cultural flows that intensify joy and confront sorrow by drawing together human and superhuman forces to make homes and to cross boundaries. So this is, I particularly, I'm a biased, of course. I like this definition of religion. I use this definition of religion. It aims to make sense of religious life and transnational migrants and transnational religious networks. It emphasizes that religions and religious individuals, they move, they relate to each other, they are positioned. Oh, yes?
What does it mean by organic cultural flow?
An excellent question. So an organic cultural flow is myself. I am an organic being. I have my neural senses. I have my body, my thoughts, my processes as a human being. So that is the organic aspect to the organic and cultural. The cultural is that the larger part of where I exist, right? It's outside of my body. It's outside of it's the networks that institutions that I exist in. So oh, I apologize. I wanted to make sure. Yeah. So does that make sense for the organic aspect? Yeah. Okay. And of course, if it doesn't, please ask. So with Thomas Tweed's definition, just like with Gertz, I mean, Thomas Tweed recognizes that religions are pluralistic, right? There are multiple types of religions. There's not just one religion necessarily, and rather there are different types of religions that people practice and experience. Religions are complex processes that are individual, like based in the individual and within collectives, in communities. They are not always either, they don't always have to have both, but usually there are the individual and the communities that make up religions. Religions then also provide the tools, but also the rules with which we use to communicate our emotions and make sense of the emotions that we have. So the intensify joy and confront sorrow is that aspect. Religion helps us to make sense of loss. It helps us make sense of receiving good news. It helps us make sense of all these different things that we come across in our daily lives. And religions, this is a key aspect of his definition, is that religions are spatial practices. And that means that religions orient time, and they orient space, and they orient people in time and space. So they are systems that we use to make sense of, okay, so this is a church, for example, and this is not a church. When I am in a church, this is what I do. When I'm not in a church, this is what I do. And there's that sort of spatial aspect to religions. So those are two of our personal favorite definitions. They are, just some of the many options in terms of defining religion that you can find within religious studies scholarship. But even these definitions, as great as they might be, because they move in time and space, they're multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary in their approach and in their definition. They connect concentric circles, moving out, becoming ever more broader, and they recognize the relationships between the body, materiality, and cultural processes. So going back to Gertz's thick description, for example. And yet, as with any definition of religion, they're also going to have their limitations. And many of the issues with the definitions of religion is that they still rely on Enlightenment-based understandings of religion. So this Western lens to build the concepts.
If you want to just go back to the one definition that you, on Tweed's definition.
Yes.
Has anybody been watching the KonMari Method on Netflix? Right? That's all I can think of, intensifying joy, because that's when you're kind of like when you're purging your home, you're supposed to hold things, and if they spark joy, you keep them, and if they don't, you get rid of them. So if you haven't watched it, it's Marie Kondo on Netflix. But that's the one thing that caught my mind. The other thing, two other things to be aware of when you're looking at the definition of religion in the religious studies. Here it says human and superhuman. So that superhuman is actually not defined as anything in particular. It does not necessarily mean God. It does not necessarily mean a supreme being. It is just showing a relationship between something and something that you see as being outside of yourself. And the number one underlying thing that any scholar of religion looks at is that religion is a construct. Number one, it's a construct just like everything else. And as I was speaking about earlier about how things are compartmentalized, religion is the same thing. When things were being cleaved away from one another, like biology, chemistry, all these disciplines were being defined, religion was one as well.
All right, excellent. So we have these definitions, and they are very good starting points. What we're going to do is now talk about Meredith McGuire and her lived religion approach to understanding and defining religion. So what McGuire talks about in her book is that religions exist beyond just institutions. Religions are experienced in the everyday lives of individuals. Now, these individuals might be part of a community, but it is the individual experience of religion that McGuire is attempting to emphasize the importance of. And one of the things that McGuire wants us to really get into our understanding of religions is that religions exist beyond where we might expect them to be, right? So they're not just where certainly when we see religion, we might know what religion is, but what if we see something and we're like, that kind of looks like religion. Could that be religion? So that's what McGuire is trying to get to.
It's like the definition of, I don't know how to define it, but I know it when I see it.
Exactly, yeah. So going back to the water and salt metaphor, for example, the religions and culture are malleable. They fill, if you pour them into something, they will fill that up, and that they can't be separated from each other. You may have experiences when you are gardening, for example, that may remind you perhaps of a religious experience or spiritual experience you previously had. Or for myself, when I'm knitting sometimes, I get into the state of just, I'm not even sure what it is sometimes, but it reminds me in some ways of of religious or spiritual experiences. There is that sort of lived experience of religion.
The one thing, one of the most common questions we come across is religious adherence in Canada and North America growing, or is it shrinking? And there's this kind of underlying thread that says, well, religion is on the decline. And definitions like McGuire's allow us to recognize, as we've been talking about, how religion is fluid and the meaning making and these interactions with what we might deem as being religious or spiritual is changing. Meredith McGuire allows us to actually look elsewhere to notice that religion actually isn't on the decline. It's just shifting form and is changing, and we're interacting differently. So the second you shift out of membership and looking at who's paying dues at a certain church, or how many people are filling the pews on the weekend, or how many people come to Friday prayer in a mosque, etc., you can actually then start to look and recognize that spirituality and what people make meaning of does not just exist within the rigid boundaries of our first definition.
So we're going to move, we want to make sure we stay on time, kind of moving to our conclusion aspect, which is, we've already been saying, but this idea of ecologies of knowledge, which, I don't know, you describe it much better than myself, Shaver.
Okay, so basically it comes right back, pulling everything together that we have been talking about, that everything is it's part of a web, it's part of a net. Nothing exists in a linear form, you don't get A, B, C, and D, but it's actually, because humans are complex and messy, religion is also complex and messy, meaning making, spirituality, all these things, we're actually a big stew. And the one thing that, and the ecologies of knowledge, the term ecology and knowledge, these terms are relatively recent in human history. And so part of being a religious studies scholar is the need for humility and recognizing our own biases, where we stand, how we've been trained to see things, and to recognize that there are many, many knowledges and wisdoms and forms that came before this study of religion, or the term religion, was actually defined and constructed. And what we're particularly leaning back on is the concept of Indra's net.
So Indra's net, that's in our subtitle for this week, is a Hindu and Buddhist metaphor and philosophy from the 3rd century BCE. And Indra's net is also called Indra's jewels or Indra's pearls. And what it is, so Indra is a Hindu deva, or another word for a Hindu deity. And what it is this expansive, infinite string of multifaceted jewels that are reflected within each other, and every single one is precious in its own right, but it can only be truly appreciated within the vast array of all the others. And it's speaking to this idea of the interconnectedness of the universe, and that, you know, we need to see how each of these jewels interact or are together and distant, but are, even if they're on the furthest points of a strand of strings, such as Indra's net, they are still on that same net, and they're still part of that same basis. And so,
which is basically what we are doing here today as well. Like, everybody here is a specific jewel. We've got scholars, we've got other types of professionals. Here we are, and we've all come together, but we are engaging here right now, relating to one another. So the people who are doing the experiments and the studying, and the people in laboratories doing their chemical experiments, and people who are anthropologists who are out in the field doing their work, people who are making soup and serving people at a soup kitchen, all part of this interconnectedness, and basically how do we relate to one another is how we make meaning and exist on the planet.
So that is for our lecture component of this, which I'm sure you're going to have lots of questions, and we're very excited for the questions period. But we're going to, I think, wrap up now for that coffee break, and then we'll come back and have our discussion. Thank you.
Is religion really growing, or is it our sense of spirituality growing, in your opinion?
In my opinion. Oh, interesting. So I would say that there are certainly religious traditions that are growing, in terms of those who self-identify as belonging to a particular religion. So there is demographic growth in some religious traditions. I do think, though, that the sense of spirituality, as opposed to being religious, also is changing. So I know that's kind of a yes to both, both and. But I think what it is, it's hard to say that only spirituality is growing or only, you know, classified, categorized religious traditions are growing. Excuse me. So for example, I mean, I study Chinese Buddhists in Canada. Buddhists in Canada have experienced a doubling in terms of their numbers since 1991. So now, I say a doubling of numbers, they're still only less than 1% of the Canadian population. But nonetheless, they are experiencing a demographic growth. And those are only for people who actually identify on the census, I am Buddhist. There are several people, I'm sure, I don't know the exact numbers because I can't, who practice Buddhist practices. Maybe they meditate. Maybe they read Buddhist sutras. Maybe they do go to a Buddhist temple and burn incense. There are many different varieties of ways of engaging in religious traditions, but without being that part of an official member of that tradition. And so in that sense, the spirituality aspect is growing as well. So hopefully, that's my opinion, and I've sort of answered the question in terms of the different ways that we can understand the growth of religions and spirituality.
I think just to add a little bit onto that, part of my research, as I explained, is looking at the Muslim population in Canada and looking at a specific number now and looking at the projected number in 2020. Looks like it will go up by a significant amount. What needs to be done, and we're going back to this whole thick description thing, is that you can't look at the number of people who self-identify as Muslim without putting that in context within Canada's population. At what percentage is Canada's population growing? Because the projected percentage of Muslims in Canada, does anybody have an idea of how many people, what the percentage of Muslims in Canada might be? Take a guess.
5%. 15.
3%. In 2020, even though it's the fastest growing membership in religion in North America, 3%. Actually, it's going to be the projected is only 2.6 because the population itself is growing. Adherence to the Buddhist population, like self-identifying Buddhists as well. So if you only look at a number, then that's going to seem, oh my gosh, there's this huge boost, but it actually isn't. When you put it in context with the general population, it is remaining the same.
I was just wondering, is the growth of the religion because of immigration or people converting?
All of it. You have to look at it all. You're looking at birth, you're looking at immigration, you're looking at conversions, you're looking at blending, you're looking at fusions, you're looking at Christians who go, let's say, on Sunday to church and then go to yoga practice on Tuesday nights. Like we are trained to look at things in boxes and place labels and fit people into those boxes. But the way the future of religion and the study of the future of religion is going is to challenge exactly that. Instead of looking at little boxes and saying, okay, well, it's only converts and it's only this, like it's actually moving in many, many different ways. And that's what the religious scholars' jobs are, is to actually look at that and study that. I hope that answers your question. Sorry. Unless you want to take a stab at it.
About the way it's growing? I mean, immigration, of course, is going to have an impact on any tradition that's growing. Oh, sorry, I think I missed the one over there. But so are the other factors. Any form of growth is not just going to be because of immigration. It's not just going to be because of, birth in a religious family. It's not just going to be because of conversion. You can't say it's one or the other. It is that.
Right. People, often this comes up in conversation around Islam, especially because people see, there's a tendency to see Islam as an incoming religion, even though it has been a North American religion for over 500 years. It's just not something that is commonly talked about. Like pre-Columbus, there were people, and this came over with the slave trade as well. So it actually has been very much a part of North American culture, but there's this construction of it as being something else that's impacting how we're viewing it and seeing it.
Next question.
So, you often say religious or spiritual. I see them as different. This person says religion is equal to earthly and spiritual is equal to the divine. So I think going back to, there's this tendency now to distinguish religion and spirituality. And again, this is going to be my own opinion. I will say that they are divergent and similar at the same time. Like, I think it's more interesting to me to see how they engage with one another. Because I will say that religions divide people. When you start putting people into boxes and masks on people saying this person is Christian, this person is Muslim, then we're segmenting people. But spirituality, people can be spiritual regardless of what their belief system is. You don't have to believe in a super power, like a super being, supreme being, or anything like that. Yeah. So it's actually you that says religion and spiritual, and spiritual as being different. So I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
You kind of covered it. I mean, I don't. So I do often say religious and spiritual. And because I do tend to kind of think of them as, and this is just my own interpretation, as being different in that, because the way I have often considered religion, it is more institutional, more organizational, more sort of the classic things when you think of religion, you think of And that's why, so if you're religious, then that means you are a self-identified member of some religious tradition, for example. Whereas spiritual may mean that you might go and attend church, you might go to a Buddhist temple, you might go and engage in a Hindu puja, which is a ritual, and you aren't necessarily, if you are spiritual, necessarily restricted to one religious tradition or another. But again, that is just how I personally interpret the two, and I don't want to, mislead you and think, oh, they're completely separate, as Shavar has said, but they do, in my assessment, act differently, and they are experienced differently at times. So.
Okay, so this is similar to that last question. Again, it's asking us personally, do you two religious studies scholars believe that God exists, or do you see God as a product of human consciousness?
Woo! We're asking the hard questions today. Well, I did mention, I do have my own interpretation, my own beliefs, but I don't know how to answer this question.
I think yes or no would suffice. Or both, right?
Both,
There's nothing
yeah.
saying it has to be an or. So is God a product of human consciousness? Why not? That would be my question, why not? And do we believe God exists? Well, then we'd have to define God and what God means to us individually, which might not be how you define God or how somebody else defines God. So we'll leave this one open and say that that's a very personal answer. Absolutely. Here's my question back. Would God exist if humans didn't? And then we can just move along. Just leave that one to think about. Okay, do you believe that religion on the whole benefits mankind, or do you feel, like Richard Dawkins, that religion is a negative force in society? Can I take the beginning of this one?
You may. I think you're answering the whole thing, but yeah.
I think you know what I'm going to say.
I do.
Religions, this is one of my biggest, pet peeve number 2 as a religious studies scholar. Religions do not have agency. As far as religions don't make people do things, it is without people. Books don't come off shelves and have conversations with one another and coffee with one another. Humans do. So human agency, I think a question that really we need to ask, is it religion or the interpretation and manifestation and meaning making in religion that humans make? So it comes down to the human, because in my opinion only, like I said, unless I'm going to pick up that book and throw it at you and smash your head with it, I don't think that book's going to do anything or can hurt people. It can be used just like anything that has power dynamics in it and power structures can be used as a control mechanism.
So, yeah, I'm not sure how much else to add. The way I interpret, I think that, as Shavar was saying, the religions have been used for good and they've been used for bad, right? It is a matter of how individuals and communities have utilized their religious traditions throughout history, and even now I don't know if I can say it's on a whole, if it's, on the whole benefits mankind or humankind. I do not agree with Richard Dawkins that religion is only a negative force for society, though. I will say that. I do think that there are, as with anything, there are positives that being a member of a religious community is a very important part for millions of people's lives, right? And so I think that it is hard for me to say that it is only a negative force and therefore should just be completely thrown to the side. I think it's going to be very difficult for us to ever do that, even though societies have attempted. We say, oh, well, we're a secular society, religion and greater society are separate. The reality is they aren't. We, as individuals, can't compartmentalize that which makes us up. Our religious beliefs are very much as part of us as our political beliefs, our education, our names, anything, right? And so I think that we don't. I don't think we can only see religion as a negative force in terms of like the Richard Dawkins understanding of it. So, yeah.
Okay.
On to the next.
So another question about the dangers of religion. Please comment, read the transition, evolution of a religion into a cult, how something positive develops into something very negative. Now, in religious studies, this actually would be the other way around, that cults develop into religions and not religions that develop into cults. And the term cult comes from culture and it tends to be smaller groups. So that aside, that's your question.
No, okay. Transition, evolution. Well, so I mean, it kind of goes back to what we were just saying in terms of anything that is starts off as positive, but then can be turned towards for something negative and something that is dangerous and damaging. It's not necessarily the cult or the religion that's doing that, but rather the interpretations of that religious traditions, teachings, scriptures, and practices. So that sort of evolution from something that is positive into something potentially negative is a matter of how do the people in a particular time understand this cult? How is this cult perhaps working for them? Is it protecting them? Is it segregating them? Is it, are they making, is it making them seem like they need to fight against something larger than themselves? And so it's a matter of how are people, how are people interpreting what this structure that has been put into place is doing for them.
I think the question that I would ask back on this question is, what does negative mean? Because negative, again, this is about the subjectivity of how you are defining what is negative. Somebody might be, I think we all want to belong, we all want community. I think, so if all of a sudden you're not finding a place in the world and you are finding a place that outsiders consider a cult, is it necessarily a negative thing? So this is about digging down, and that's kind of what our job is to look at all these other elements. And again, who's defining what is negative, who's defining what cult is, who's defining what religious elements are here? Because I've heard Catholicism called a cult as well. And then I was speaking with somebody earlier about something very negative. Was the slave trade negative? Was the invasions of the Americas negative in the name of religion? So to some people, those things are not going to seem negative. To other people, those things are going to be negative. So we have to look at the people doing the observing and the people being observed. I think that's what it comes down to. Again, it goes back to the fluid understanding and that how it's always changing. So our last question. Many people fear to talk about religion because they feel they don't know enough or fear being wrong. How does your fluid definition help?
All right, excellent question. No, I mean, it's a very good point. A fluid definition of religion is, I mean, if you have a fluid definition, can you really be wrong? And that is a big thing, is that there is a lot of misunderstanding and misinformation, and trying to understand what religion is and how religions are being lived out in Canadian society. People don't necessarily understand what it is because they have perhaps a very rigid understanding of what religion is. And so if you are more fluid in your definition, if you allow for, not even allow, but if you recognize that complexity and confusion are kind of the norm rather than the exception to religious experience and understanding religion in particular, you are going to be able to have conversations. You're going to be able to talk about, hopefully, to talk about religions more easily with your neighbors and with larger society, because instead of trying to say, well, this is religion and this is not, because that cuts off conversation, right? If you say, well, this is one interpretation of religion, this is a way to start understanding where others are coming from, where I'm coming from in this conversation. So that's, yeah, the fear of being wrong is definitely understandable. I mean,
You can have conversations with religious studies scholars. We are used to being wrong with one another and being challenged. And well, yeah, it's something that we deal with all the time. And we'll ask why. Please tell us what you think religion is. Like really, I don't think there's a wrong answer. If anybody tells you, it's challenge them back and say, well, what about lived religion? Honestly, if anybody tells you your definition of religion is wrong, just ask them, so tell me. It ends up, whatever definition you choose says more about you than it says about what you're looking at. So if you have a rigid definition, it's because you're looking through a rigid filter. If you're using the aquatic metaphor, it's because you're open to things being more flowy and interactive. If you're looking at lived religion, you're looking outside of institutions. So you're positioning yourself more than anything.
What is one core element that exists in all definitions of religion? And is there one? Yes.
Humans.
Yeah.
I'd say humans. Humans and communication.
Yeah.
Identifying. If you identify yourself or identify, culture only exists when you tell somebody else your name and then they recognize your name. You knowing your name by yourself tends to mean not much. So recognition, communication, human beings. Without human beings, I don't think we're intelligent enough to study other beings and know whether they have any form that relates to this or not.
At least not yet.
They'll let us know when we're ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Queer people were usually not the ones at the forefront of crafting these narratives.
It's not about me, it's about what I represent.
What is this lesbian thing you speak of?
You can't put two men together. You can do that.
Are they? Are they? They are!
People stood up and said, this show is meaningful to me and here's why.
Sometimes, for a wish to come true, it takes a kingdom, because together we're stronger. Tied tight, united we stand, in honor of one child's wish, to fuel the fire that will grant many more. Join the kingdom.
Welcome to this week's episode of Think Millennial. We're so excited to have you join us. My name is Ben.
And I'm Bernie.
And it's a great show. I'm so excited I can barely get the words out.
I know, you got pizza in your mouth.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And this pizza looks incredible. It's very spicy.
Very.
We've been into it already a little bit from Mercasa, little eatery.
Little eatery.
Yes. And it's delicious.
It is.
Crumbled sausage. So thank you very much, Tom and team. Definitely go check out Mercasa for all of your pizza needs. It's delicious.
Exactly.
Yeah. Today we've got a great guest lined up. Brian Kitchen, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
And it's really neat. Before we started here, we were talking about the fact that now we were coming up on the 3rd year of Kickback, which is, we're going to get into that a little bit. But now we've known each other over the last 3 years, and it's been neat to just see that journey evolve as you've started to put your message out there, and you've grown your business.
Yeah.
And you've got success stories that you're telling us about. It's incredible to see that transition for you. So can you share a little bit about what you do?
Yeah, so when I first came, when we first did Kickback, I was working at Wayside House where I work now, and I'm the program manager there now, so that's cool. I've been there for almost 8 years, or I'm in my 8th year. And when I came to Kickback, I had just started kind of my social media presence, so sharing personal experiences about addiction, about mental health, and really it's expanded to everything, right? Because even addiction, it's never about the substances, it's all about what's underlying that, it's all about what your experience is, and just living life on a daily basis in recovery successfully. I mean, we were talking before the show about, you know, the majority of the message that we see with addiction and mental health, or any news for that matter, is very negative. And so what I wanted to do is put out a positive presence and show people that you can live successfully with these issues. And so it was really cool to come on Kickback, and in that 3 years, you know, now I've got my business from that social media presence, which is Ryan Kitchen Coaching, and have had incredible success and really been able to you know, support people way beyond the scope of addictions and mental health, to the point where I'm even working with people with business now, which is really cool, in a whole different world for me. So it's yeah, it's been amazing. And you know, I think over the 3 years we've probably done 4 or 5 shows together. So we've kind of, and that was the first Kickback for you guys too, right? So it's been you know, cool to see each other grow and do well with this stuff, for sure.
Definitely. And so what's that like for you to be able to give back? Like, you started, what made you start to speak out and share that message?
In my recovery, so I have been in recovery, I'll be sober 10 years on January 14th in 2020. And so right from the get-go, I mean, my story, underlying the alcoholism and the substance use, was always like anxiety, panic attacks, agoraphobia. I didn't even have the ability to leave my house unless I was drinking. I was just, you know, so much fear, so much anxiety all the time, to the point where if I left my house or if I left my safe zone, I would have like a total breakdown. And when I got sober, bizarrely enough, it was like I started to be able to connect with people, and it was a lot of work. Like, it was really uncomfortable, it was really scary, but I was at such a low point in my life that I started to face this anxiety, face these panic attacks. And anyone who has panic attacks knows, right? Like, everything within you tells you to run. Like, go back to your safe place, don't face it. And there's people all the time who aren't taking jobs, or, you know, ending up in relationships, or taking the opportunities in life because of anxiety, because of panic. And yeah, oddly enough, it turns out I'm a decent communicator. And you know, and I had an intense story. Like, I got really sick physically with the pancreatitis and almost died. And as I said, with like the news and the crisis and stuff like that, people like a really good, down, gritty experience. So to come near death at the age of 23, and you know, it was no secret to people in my life how much of a mess my life was. There was just a really large turnaround. So early on in my recovery, I started to recognize right away, like, it's very beneficial for myself to share my experience and to be able to connect with people on what people are going through. And especially with addiction, on like what's underneath that, right? The shame, the trauma, you know, the guilt, and how you feel, and being able to have real conversations. And I think, you know, you guys will be able to identify with this as men. We're not conditioned to talk about our feelings. We're conditioned to be like the man and be a tough guy and have it together. And don't ask for help. And so when I came into recovery, it was like a complete 180. It was like everything I'd ever been taught, I needed to do the exact opposite. And so this was really good news to me. And my life just became, I went from waking up and genuinely fearing life and fearing this idea that I could never be normal, whatever that means, to waking up and genuinely being excited about what life has to offer. And I just got this fire and this passion within me that, you know, I started to share that. And when I started to do the videos online 3 years ago, there was no intention of creating a business. There was nothing like that. It was really just to connect with more people, to have these conversations. Because I always thought I was like eternally unique in my suffering. Like no one would understand me. You wouldn't know what it's like. You can't understand addiction because you're not an alcoholic or an addict. Right. And I started to realize the more people I connected with, opening up to people, everybody goes through everything, right? Like life is hard, life is unfair. And our thoughts are completely insane, the way we're conditioned in Western civilization. So it just became a natural progression for me. And for whatever reason, like you know, you guys have known me for a few years now, like I have this is just my thing. Like there's a fire, there's a passion where...
How long did it take for you, like when you started your recovery process, how long did it take before you were willing to open up and share this?
You know what? I learned really early on, especially with my anxiety and especially with my panic. I was so miserable and I was so busy because I was always popular. I was always like in the in crowd and so consumed with partying and having a good time. And I did, right? Like it wasn't all doom and gloom, but I was always really fake. And what I recognized is a large majority of my anxiety was very based in like social interactions. Mm-hmm. And what that is like self-centered fear of me being consumed with what you think of me. So I'm concerned with what you think of me, and therefore I'm behaving in a way that I think you want me to be, right, as opposed to being who I genuinely am.
And we've got to go to break, but we'll be right back right after this message.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
What's with all this technology? Do you find it a little daunting to use or learn it? I'm going to help simplify things and remove the fears with step-by-step instructions for your computers, tablets, and smart devices. Technically Simple, every Monday at 4 p.m.
We're here for you and your wife.
Don't take them!
Valentina, Lucia, Beto, Emilio, I'm sorry. We have no other family here. Besides my parents, it's just me.
Being a musician, you can't afford that right now.
I don't want to be like Mommy and Papi. Neither do I. You have to be strong.
Are these children being parented?
I'll take care of things.
They're gonna split us up.
No one is going to split us up.
Party of Five. New series Wednesdays at 10 on ABC Spark and W.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On November 23, 2019 at approximately 7:15 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police received a report of a collision in the area of Union Boulevard in Kitchener. A dark-colored four-door sedan with a modified spoiler was traveling west on Union Boulevard and was making a left turn onto Beaumont Avenue West when the vehicle struck a female pedestrian crossing the street on the crosswalk. The vehicle fled the area on a high rate of speed. The victim was transported to the hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of three convenient ways. Toll-free number at 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at p3tips.com.
Welcome back to Think Millennial. Very happy to have you join us. We were joined by Ryan Kitchen. Ryan, thanks again for being here. Just before the break, we were talking about your anxiety and how it came from social interactions.
Yeah, so this idea, you know, how long it took me to open up and be real, right? So this idea of my anxiety was very rooted in I could never live up to what I thought you wanted me to be. And then deep down, I was like a fraud because I wasn't this cool guy or this funny guy or this ladies guy or whatever. Like the masks that I was able to put on with drinking and drugs, I didn't feel that way when I was sober. And so I had become so miserable and so fake in my experience that I just got to the point where I just didn't care. Right. When I got sober, when I cleaned up my life, I started to be really like ferociously real in the sense of I'm scared. Like I can't even walk out my front door without having a panic attack. And I am having a panic attack. I am anxious. I am, like, still to this day, if I do a talk in front of like 500 people, I'm gonna be losing it, right? Like, I'm having a panic attack. It means a lot to me. It's like going on a first date, right? You really like the person, you're nervous, you're anxious. And the idea is you wanna be like cool and you wanna be calm. And the more cool and calm you try to be, the more you're losing it.
Right.
So if you just go and you say, you know what, I like you, I'm really anxious, and because this is important to me, I'm nervous. So I learned that really early on. And the respect and the unconditional love that I was given for being who I was incredible. And then I didn't have to play this game of pretending to be someone that I wasn't. You know, this idea, I think that's part of the maturation process. You know, I got sober when I was 23, so part of it was maturing into adulthood and being a man, whatever that means, and starting to challenge some of those ideas of like asking for help, being comfortable with vulnerability, all that kind of stuff. So it was pretty early on, and then I learned right away that's one of my strengths, especially with building relationships and rapport with others.
Right, and I mean that all of that plays directly into the success that you found with your outreach on social media, with your business. What's it like for you to be able to give back and to help others?
It's incredible in the sense of, you know, it's really cool because I always thought of myself as really messed up, right? And it was like this horrible thing. Oh my God, I'm so flawed. I'm such a horrible person. Not because of anything I did to anyone. Like, I did horrible things to people, but making amends was part of that process. But like, you know, I'm so anxious all the time and socially awkward and all these other things. And the funny thing is with my videos and my social media presence, like I made a video maybe 6 months ago, because just because I'm now living in recovery doesn't mean that everything's hunky-dory, right? So I had this experience where 6 months ago I'm driving to work. I'm not sure exactly what was going on. Maybe I didn't get a good night's sleep or whatever, but as I'm driving, I'm having a panic attack, like full-blown panic attack. You need to pull over, all these crazy thoughts. I get through it and I'm okay. The first thing I do when I get to work, because a lot of times I'm just making these videos on the fly, right? So I pull into work, I pop out my phone and say, hey guys, what's up? You know, I hope you guys are well. I just had a panic attack and I want to share this experience with you. So all of my like deepest, darkest flaws that I always thought I had to hide from everybody are actually my greatest strengths.
And that's the first time I met you was probably on Facebook and seeing one of your videos. We may have like met before that at a networking event or something, but like your first post was you shooting videos, and I had always thought, like, I just became friends with you on Facebook, so I thought this is just, you always do these videos. But I probably saw some of your first videos and not knowing it's your first videos.
Yeah, and it's, you know, there's nothing, even to this day, right? Like, I'll get coaches. There's coaches who coach coaches, who, you know, essentially from my business, they're going to get business, right? The better I do, they'll do type of deal. And, you know, I won't go into all that, but I'll get the criticism or the feedback from people that, like, you should be more professional, because it's just me sitting there on my iPhone making these videos. But part of what has been a success for me in my business is that there's a genuine, like, real connection in that experience for people. Whereas, you know, when I'll go meet a client or when I'll sit with a family, and you know, I was sharing a success story with you before of a teenager and working with this family and working with this teenager. You know, he was working with a psychotherapist who's twice his age, and he goes, and the whole kind of experience is very intimidating. You walk into the office and you go through all the forms and you do the whole thing, and there's a level of comfort and a level of rapport that I'm able to build with people, in the sense of, like, this is just a normal dude who's completely flawed, but the difference is 10 years ago it's like, oh, I'm so flawed, but now it's like, I'm really flawed, but I'm living very successfully with it and I'm doing very well. And so there is like that, you know, there's that piece of it where I think it's really genuine. And I think even with Kickback and stuff like that, right? It's like, you know, when you guys are doing the show, you're not sitting here with a script and running through it. It's like, this is coming from the heart and this is a real thing. And I think that's needed. I think it's needed in the world. And I think with social media now, you know, for the first time in forever. I know social media gets a lot of criticism, but you can do a lot of really good things with social media depending on how you're utilizing your skills and those channels. So it's been, it's awesome to be able to share, because whether I'm, you know, whether it's like I'm working with someone professionally and they're paying me to do it, or I'm doing something like this with you guys, I'll leave here and I'll be like insanely motivated, insanely inspired, you know, and come up with all kinds of crazy ideas, right? And good stuff, and just kind of ride that and see what happens.
Right. So viewers, they want to get more of you. Where can they find more from you?
Yeah, so you guys can find me Ryan Kitchen Coaching. If you Google Ryan Kitchen Coaching, my Instagram page will come up, my Facebook page will come up, all one word, or even if you put in Ryan Kitchen Brantford, you'll be able to find me. I've been working on my website for like 2 years and it's still not ready.
Everyone is.
I haven't found a need for it, because honestly, you know, the process of it, especially with, you know, working with me one-on-one, which is what I do a lot of time, or work with family, is just shooting me a message on Facebook or on Instagram, and we set up a call. I call it a consult. And from that call, I mean, that can be 2 hours. It can be sitting down like this. I will come to your house. I will meet you for a coffee. I will do whatever you are most comfortable doing, and I'll run through the process. And especially if you're going to be working with me one-on-one as a coach, it's very important, I think, to recognize and for someone to, you know, be able to define, if you're going to be paying for me to work with you, then we need to identify a very clear path.
Yeah. Thank you, Ryan. And we'll be right back after the message.
Hi, I'm Dave Carroll, host of Brant Life. Join me every Monday and Thursday at 6 p.m. for a brand new show featuring you and your stories and the things you care about, right here on Brant Life on Rogers TV.
Storm action on Rogers TV.
Dear everybody, you'll see thousands of images today. Here are 3 you won't see.
A girl who uses a walker eating ice cream with her friends.
A young woman with a prosthetic leg modeling the latest denim trends.
A kid who uses a wheelchair busting a dance move.
You're influenced by the images you see and the ones you don't. It's time to include disability in the picture. Sign Holland Bloorview's Dear Everybody agreement and help create a world without stigma for kids and youth with disabilities. Visit deareverybody.ca.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On Thursday, November 21st, 2019, at approximately 3:40 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police responded to a report of a pedestrian struck on Cedar Brae Avenue and Sunnydale Place in Waterloo. A school crossing guard was assisting students crossing the road when she was struck by a pickup truck. The pickup truck fled the area without stopping. The 55-year-old crossing guard was transported to hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of 3 convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at www.p3tips.com.
Welcome to the ongoing history of beer. I'm your host, Tiffany, and today in my fake basement, I have Joe and Lindsay joining me from Grain and Grit.
Hi.
So warm welcomes.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I feel like it's nice to sort of wrangle people in throughout their busy schedules.
Oh yeah, it's all good.
So you are both owners of Grain and Grit.
We are.
Yes. Where are you located?
We're located in the west end of Hamilton.
West end of Hamilton.
So if just west of McMaster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And Hamilton's booming now.
It is. It sure is.
How long have you guys been open?
2 years.
2 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
So within 2 years, I feel like 3 years ago there was maybe no breweries in Hamilton. 1.
There was
2.
1.
Collective Arts.
Well,
right.
Yeah. That's
was the first. Yeah. So,
yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Just
and
one.
now there's like 6 of you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
You're
it's
all making
boomed.
fantastic beer.
It's great.
Oh,
It's so fun because we're also different in our styles that we brew.
Yep.
And we always have something new. So if you go to Hamilton on any given weekend, there'll be at least one new beer from one of the breweries, at least.
Yeah.
Probably more.
Yeah.
So it's really fun.
And you guys put out a lot of beer.
We do. We put out a lot of new beer.
rotate.
That's sort
Okay.
of our thing, is to always have something new for everybody.
So let's get into beer. Let's start with beer.
Sure.
We will be drinking a beer after the break, but before that, we talk about that specifically. What do you guys have? Like, how many taps are you doing there? And some are standard, right? And then you have a few rotating. Like you say, your seasonals are kind of come and go.
Yeah, we're a little like, we don't have
there's no rule book.
There's no rule book, and I think that's the fun thing about being such a small brewery is that there's no rule book. So we always have our taps are rotating. We have 8 taps, and we often have a couple that are sort of standards, like our In the Palms IPA. That one's there all the time because we have some great licensees that want it all the time. So we keep brewing it for them mostly, and also our customers love it.
Yeah.
And then we just keep rotating through. We have new beers and then other old favorites that come back.
Right.
And so it it's fun. It just keeps it interesting.
It does.
Yeah, it's
it
not
does.
boring
I
when
think
you come
it's
to
nice to always go in and have something fresh, but still get something that if you're not sure how you feel, you can still go back to your
old
standard favorite too,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah, today we're actually canning our 52nd style beer.
What?
So in 2 years, we've done 52 different styles of beer.
Holy cow.
So right now, we're canning it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So-
I think I
that's
drink there
over
fairly
50%.
often, but I'm like far behind. There's no way I've had 52 different ones from you guys. So
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, over 50% of our beers so far have been new beers.
Yeah. And do you help with the brewing as well, Joe?
Yep. From the brewing side, I'm more like helping with production and stuff like that. I've only brewed about 3 or 4 different batches myself out of like 86 batches.
Right.
But certainly Alex and I work together on the recipes and the styles, and some of them are from my home brewing days, some of them are from Alex's, and then some of them are just brand new beers for us.
Yeah, because you do have a home brewing background. Right?
Yes, yeah.
And Alex is from your brewer. He's from Germany.
Yes,
right?
from Dresden.
Yeah.
Dresden.
Yeah.
And how did you get a hold of him?
Oh, it's such a funny story. When we were buying the building, our lawyer, he was telling us that his son-in-law just moved back from Germany because his daughter, they grew up in Dundas, like his daughter, and she married someone from Germany, and they lived there for a while. He was a winemaker, and he said, but he's really wanting to get into brewing, and he brews at home, and he's really good, and he would love to meet you. And so Joe ended up going for dinner with him.
It was like December 20th or something.
Of 2016, I think.
It would have been 2016.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
And then we offered him a job like January 4th or something.
Crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And he helped us build the brewery. He was an integral part of the process of building the brewery, and he's an integral part of everything today.
Yeah, he's very, I mean, there are a lot of nice people. He's very nice. I don't know.
Amazing.
If you ever have a chance to go into Grain and Grit too, and you see Alex working around back there, he's always up for saying hi and chatting beer, and is, I think, quite proud of what he brews there too.
He should be, yeah.
So only with a homebrew, not to just talk about him because he's not here, but like, you guys have been pretty bang on from the start too.
Yeah.
Like, I think your beers have been, sometimes when people open, they have to break in the system and work a little bit, but I think you guys have been very strong from the start. So that's interesting to know that he didn't have a huge background of commercial stuff
not the
or
commercial,
yourself as well.
Yeah, so his wine was commercial. He did 3 seasons in wine. So he had a lot of that, and then the batches he was making in the wine industry were 10 times the size of the beer.
Yeah.
But he's very particular. He takes his time. He's does a lot of research. If he's brewing a different style of beer that he's never brewed before, he'll buy a book and really do the research on the hops, the grains, the yeast that we want to use. So
he's got passion.
Yeah,
He's
for
got
sure.
so much
He's not
passion.
he's not just there having fun. He's there, he's passionate and
and having fun.
He's
too.
having fun, but he takes it very serious. Always, so.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's really the best.
So why did you decide to open a brewery? Why did you do this? That's crazy. Like, why aren't you going to open a brewery? I'm like, why would I open a brewery? So why did you do this?
We wanted to get bought out by Molson.
Yeah, excellent.
Yes.
How far along your way? I've seen your umbrellas.
They want to buy our 2000
your
liter
little
system
in
for
there.
sure.
Yeah. They're very interested in your double IPAs and your very good sour.
That's what's happening. Yeah.
It comes from a passion, really. Yeah, I've always been passionate about everything to do with beer, history, styles, the different history of different breweries in the U.S. and Europe and stuff. So, and then started homebrewing, fell in love with that, and then Lindsay's always had that entrepreneurship as well. So she was always kind of poking at me to we should really research this because we talk about it, but I was always like, we can't do that. It's
we would have a fight about it actually. It was like an ongoing fight that we would have for about I don't know, 7 years maybe, because we talked about having
Still
a brewery.
going on today.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah, it actually is, but in a different way, which is really funny. Because I'm always like pushing it. I want to go to the next level, right? And I was like, we should start a brewery. We talk about it all the time. You love beer, I love design, I love customer service. Like, I'm an entrepreneur. It's such a good mix. But he was always putting up the wall because of money mostly, and just
adult
being
responsibilities,
and just being afraid of like what that would do to our lives, kind of, which is funny because it's been the best thing that we could have ever done.
You have to take risks, right? So I think it is interesting being a couple as well. And opening it together. I'm sure that's not always the easiest thing, having to do everything together, but it's nice to know each other and have that push from you as well to have the belief that things can happen.
That you can do it. Sure. But then he started home brewing, and that was
that's where the trigger was kind of switched.
Yeah, he was like, okay, I like this a lot. I can see myself doing this. Let's start to think about it seriously. Right. And then he started to research, and it was, the ball started rolling like big time.
Nice. So we have about a minute left before we go to break. Okay. How did you was it hard to find the space in Hamilton?
It was.
Because you're in an old muffler shop or an old auto shop?
It was called Westdale Auto Service. Okay. And there was a big sign for Muffler Bay on the outside, and we actually brought that sign inside, so it's pretty fun to have a piece of the history. Yeah.
Oh, it's so good. I love the continuing of people making breweries out of these old buildings, and I think that they're built for that too, with the high ceilings.
A lot of the cool industrial spaces, right, work. Yeah. Luckily, we're kind of in a neighborhood with an industrial building, so that's really beneficial for us.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. All right, so we are going to throw this to break, and when we come back, we're going to pour a beer into the glass and chat a little bit more about the beer in the brewery.
Sounds good.
That's
awesome.
Yeah, that's great.
We'll be right back.
Blood in the urine is the most common symptom of bladder cancer. Don't ignore this warning sign, not even once.
Looking for great seats to all the action? Rogers Super Sports Pack delivers. With NBA League Pass, get up to 40 out-of-market games every week, all season long. More dunks, more slams, more to love, live in HD. NBA League Pass, part of the Rogers Super Sports Pack. All this for only $35.95 a month. Order through your remote on Channel 431 or call 1-888-ROGERS-1 today.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On November 23, 2019 at approximately 7:15 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police received a report of a collision in the area of Union Boulevard in Kitchener. A dark-colored four-door sedan with a modified spoiler was traveling west on Union Boulevard and was making a left turn onto Beaumont Avenue West when the vehicle struck a female pedestrian crossing the street on the crosswalk. The vehicle fled the area on a high rate of speed. The victim was transported to the hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of three convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at p3tips.com.
Welcome back to the Ongoing History of Beer. I'm your host, Tiffany, and again today we're joined by Joe and Lindsay of Grain and Grit out of Hamilton, Ontario. And we've poured a beer. Yay! We've made it. We're still here, and we've made it to the beer part of our segment. Much cheers to you.
Cheers.
Lovely. Please explain to the crowd what is in the glass today.
So, drinking a beer that we released on Friday, which is the Threlsner. So what we've taken is German-style Pilsner and kind of made it Americanized a little bit. So we've dry hopped it with Citra.
Okay.
So it's got kind of that sharp back end that you would get from a traditional Pilsner, but then the fruitiness of the Citra really kind of cuts through that too. So You're going to get a lot
It's
of
good beer.
kind of oranginess, a lot of stone fruit on the nose, and then you're going to get kind of the earthiness of the grains of a Pilsner, and a bit of a sharp back end, but then still that citrus is going to come through.
Okay, so
in the mouth too,
because of the citrus that you're adding into that, or did you say dry hopping? Or
Dry
you're just
hop,
adding
yeah.
That's what's kind of giving it more of an American style?
Yeah, so we've dry hopped quite a bit on this beer, like you would in kind of like a session IPA in a way. So you're going to get a lot of the aroma from that, and you're going to get a lot of the flavor from it.
Right.
Low bitterness because it is, it's only about 30 IBU.
Yeah.
So you're not going to get that big back end bitterness, but it's going to be sharp from the Pilsner kind of back end. Yeah.
Yeah. You guys make nice beers.
Thank you.
Let's delve into your resume of beers, shall we?
Sounds good. We have 52. Like we said, that's a lot of beers.
It is, and you do some more out there styles, like you were saying, or just a lot of fun stuff.
Yeah.
So this is a fantastic beer. There's nothing wrong with it, but let's get into some of your more fun things that you do. What are your favorite or your inspiration for doing this kind of wacky stuff?
Yeah, we use a lot of ingredients like fruits, and we use lactose, and we just try to have fun and play around and experiment.
Yeah.
Right? So one of the ones that we do that's really popular is called Berry Good.
Yes.
And it's a sour with blackcurrant, raspberry, lemon zest, and also we use lactose in it. So it's basically drinking a berry smoothie. It's delicious. It's
I had
tart.
it at my cupcake and beer pairing that I hosted at Sweet Bakery 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It was a big hit.
Yeah, I actually, people that were in
good.
who'd been to your cupcake pairing, yes, and they said that they loved it. So that was really awesome. So thank you.
Yeah. And I don't drink it as much. I don't drink as many of the lactose beers. More, I find, because of my diabetes and my blood sugar, they're a little bit sweet for me.
Yeah.
But then I forget. I think I am missing out, and I'm a little bit hard on them at times. But it was a delicious beer,
Good.
and
I'm glad you like
I
it.
do enjoy as much as I'm hard on lactose as an ingredient. Sometimes I know there's the lovers and the
it's a huge divide for sure.
I think again your stuff is well enough done that I do enjoy it in there. And,
we don't
there's
overdo.
nothing wrong.
That's the thing about our beers. We really try to balance the flavors. So we're not going to overdo the lactose and make it super sweet. We're going to use it as a balance, something to balance out the tartness. So we have a lot of tartness in that beer from the black currants, the sour itself.
Yeah.
And so just using the lactose kind of really balances out that tartness.
I love it.
Yeah.
And balance is a good word. Like, I get tired of hearing everyone say, "Oh, it's so balanced" when they're doing tasting notes.
Yeah.
But I think there's people using the word balance, and then I think there's actually the true nature of what balanced means.
Yeah.
So recently, when I was out in Michigan as well, there were some of the beers that I'm like, oh, like you could almost taste back and forth, and I thought a bit that's kind of what balance means too. You can taste the one end but the other, and you're kind of not fighting each of them, but you're like, wow, this really meets in the middle of what is meant to be showcased on it too. So
for sure.
I think there's saying that word and then actually being
executing
that word.
it. Yeah. I think we want everybody to be able to taste the ingredients that we put in too, right? So
Well said.
we want, like, if there's black currant, we want you to be able to taste it.
Yes.
So I feel like if there's too much going on or the flavors aren't balanced, then you're just tasting one thing. And I don't want to just taste one thing. You want it to be sort of dynamic and like have a lot of depth of flavor, which is sort of what we try to do.
Chapters of a book.
Yeah,
Every step's
exactly.
a little bit of a different story.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's what we do try to do that as well in our beers.
Yeah, I'm gonna notice that more. I think it's fun to pull that out because sometimes you say, "Oh, this says so and so," and like you're right. Other places I've had some beers, and you're like, "Well, I don't taste any of that in there, right?"
Yeah.
So what went wrong along the way is usually what I'm more curious about, just for learning. But you're right. You really do have some bold and bright flavors in your stuff.
We do for sure.
In the graphics, I could go on about the skull. So
thanks.
Thrillsner has a beautiful skull on the can.
Yeah, it does.
Very good. Also has a skeleton.
It has. We have that as a theme.
Yeah,
a lot of
but
skeletons.
I like it. That's the main reason I go there, is for all the skeletons on the cans. Invisible Friend with a ghost.
Yeah, it has a ghost.
It's one of my new favorite APAs.
Yeah.
It's my jam. But your branding's been beautiful. I think from the start you guys have, I'm just going to give you tons of compliments. But you really are like, I think from the get-go I've sort of been to your place, and I really love the way it's grown from a bit of a, not to say critique, but from someone who travels around to breweries for somewhat of a living.
Yeah.
It's nice to see the way you guys have grown, and I always think you're just a really good example of how to do something right. And I'm sure there's maybe days that this isn't true, or backstories where you're like, oh my goodness, what's happening today, right?
Yeah.
But I think you've done a really good job at focusing on the community, building the community first. I think your brand's very consistent as far as labels go, but still having the creativity to them as well.
Yeah.
It's not confusing to know that the beer's not from you or where it's come from.
Yeah.
And you're the background and design for all that stuff.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. I think that took me a while to realize. I thought maybe you're just overseeing what was being done there, but but
no,
the
I
fact that you're
do all
actually
the things.
designing that is
Yeah.
really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, I think the consistency comes from the fact that I designed the logo, the space itself, and all the can art. I mean, I don't do the illustrations. We have a wonderful illustrator named Jillian Wilson in Guelph who does our illustrations. I like to give Jillian a shout out.
Yeah.
She's awesome. She's so good. But I do all the design and I commission those illustrations. So it's all very consistent coming from me.
Yeah.
So with my design background, it's super handy.
Yeah. So we just have a bit over a minute. So tell me what goes on in the tap room, because you guys do a ton of events.
We do.
So summarize where to find everything.
Okay, sounds good.
If your beers, if you guys are in accounts as well, or just at the brewery. So give us a little lowdown on that before we.
Yeah. So we have tons of events. It's kind of our thing to be a community-centric place. So we host events, food pop-ups. We have an Oktoberfest event. We do like family fun day for Christmas where Santa comes, and we do gingerbread houses. So there's all kinds of fun things that we do every weekend. You can find our events at grainandgritbeer.com/events.
Beautiful.
Or you can find, and we post everything on Instagram. So our handle's at Grain and Grit Beer.
Yes, your social media is just in tune with all the other stuff
Thank
you're
you.
doing.
I really enjoy
Is
doing
that all
it.
you?
Everything is me. Come on.
Yeah, it's all him.
I'm very hands off on that stuff.
It's good. We have divided roles, and mine is that stuff, and his is the beer side.
Fantastic.
So, yeah.
Well, thank you again for joining us today. It was a pleasure. You can grab their beer in the brewery or at certain licensees throughout Hamilton, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and some in Brantford. We're sometimes at the social.
Yeah,
sometimes.
we focus on Hamilton mainly. Just that's where we are, and I do all the distribution myself, so it takes a lot of time. But we're in some London, Brantford, Woodstock, Hamilton, St. Catharines.
Excellent.
We don't post where we are, but yeah.
We're around.
Yeah. All right, we're going. On to Dre. Cheers.
Find out what's trending. Join me, Aaliyah Ali, as I explore Waterloo Region and beyond, looking for trendy ideas. #Trending, Thursdays at 7 p.m., only on Rogers TV.
Hey everybody, Ben Strasser here. Think Millennial, 9 p.m. Thursday nights. Join us on Rogers TV and our Facebook page. See you then.
We're the generation that had it all. We're the generation that had the music and the moves. We're the generation that had a dream. We came together to feed the world's children. We came together to protect them. And in this dangerous world, we have to keep on saving them and protecting them, even when we're gone. If we remember UNICEF in our will, we'll be the generation who left a better world for children. Please visit uniceflegacy.ca.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On Thursday, November 21st, 2019, at approximately 3:40 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police responded to a report of a pedestrian struck on Cedar Brae Avenue and Sunnydale Place in Waterloo. A school crossing guard was assisting students crossing the road when she was struck by a pickup truck. The pickup truck fled the area without stopping. The 55-year-old crossing guard was transported to hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers is one of 3 convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at www.p3tips.com.
Welcome to Music Master Plan. I'm your host, Dre Peo, and today we have DJ Frank Vinatra on with us. DJ, producer, entrepreneur. I'm really excited for this conversation, man. Thank you so much for joining me.
Appreciate coming here, man. Thank you.
It's a pleasure, and I didn't realize that we're basically neighbors.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool,
that's
man.
very true.
Before we dive into your story a bit, I'm excited because me and you connected on Instagram. We connected on social media, which is how I'm finding a lot of business connections happening.
I feel like that's what everybody's connected nowadays,
exactly,
right?
Man. And I'm curious, how has that played a role for you, besides connecting with me, is that something you've done
Honestly,
in business?
All my connections have been through social media. I won't necessarily say all. I want to say probably about 80 to 85% of my connections have been through social media. It's just my way of, expanding and reaching out to people that necessarily I wouldn't have been able to like connect with in an arm's reach, essentially. So majority of the promoters that I have met or at clubs that I've been able to DJ at have been through social media. A lot of other DJs or people in the industry that I've met have been through social media. So it's a great tool. I don't think it's a tool that people shouldn't, abandon at all, especially in this day and age. Like I said, if you can't physically meet somebody in Montreal, at least you can meet them over social media, right? So that's what I use it as.
Exactly.
Great networking tool.
Do you have a favorite platform right now?
Right now, Instagram is like my main platform. I don't use Facebook. I don't use Snapchat. I had Snapchat, and then once Instagram came up with a story, I was like, all right, there's no point in me having both platforms at the same time. So Instagram is my big thing, but I'm starting to get into that whole TikTok scene, right? So
I know, man. It's a conversation we keep having on this show.
Shout out to Gary Vee for that.
It's so true, man. Ever since I heard it actually from Gary Vee as well, it's been, not only have I gotten more involved with it, I'm seeing people in the industry hearing songs on the radio that people are like, oh, there's this new song. And I'm like, that was on TikTok like 6 months ago.
I know. Like I've done so much research on just like through music and figuring out how music is being marketed and how people are, finding out about new music. And a lot of the new songs that have been big now has been blown up through TikTok. So I was like, wow.
It's true. How has TikTok been influencing you as a producer and as a creator? Because we are seeing specific sounds really blowing up on TikTok. How is that affecting your creative process?
It helps me to reach a different demographic, essentially. So it's a younger audience, right? So if you want to tap into the younger audience, like that's the number one platform I think anybody should use if you're a musician or artist or entrepreneur, whatever it is. But like sound-wise, I listen to the songs that are, getting popular over TikTok, right? So when I listen, essentially what I might hear like on my record pools or through other DJs might not be what's coming up in the new evolution of music, right? And how I find out is through TikTok. Because it's a younger demographic, they're listening to completely different songs, completely different artists who I probably wouldn't even have found, I'm finding through TikTok and realizing like, oh, these guys have like 1.2 million streams, 1.2 million views. Their songs are trending on Billboard. So I'm just like, oh, okay, cool. So it's introduced me to a whole new age of sound, essentially.
Yeah, and you've worked with, you were telling me earlier about an artist you worked with and how you guys executed TikTok. Can you talk a bit about that? Because we're seeing it more and more that not only is it like a thing like, hey, maybe we should do a TikTok, it's like, no, if you're not doing a TikTok campaign as an artist, you're missing out on the potential.
Oh, for sure, definitely. So the artist that I work with, his name is Sage Harris. He's an R&B artist based out of Toronto. And we worked with actually a marketing company called Iconic. I hope make sure I get their name right. And one of their suggestions was a TikTok marketing campaign. So at first we were kind of hesitant about it because we weren't informed about the platform. But then when we look at music as a whole, I like to say that a lot of your demographic when it comes to music, and if you want to blow as an artist, is a young demographic, right? So essentially like 14 to 25-year-olds. After that, yeah, people are still indulging in music, but I don't think they're heavily indulging in music as much as like the younger audiences. So we're like, okay, you know what? Let's run with the TikTok campaign. We used about 4 influencers it was. And yeah, the song now has hit over 1.5 million views across platforms. We have over 670,000 views on YouTube. So like TikTok really just made it blow and just go. So it's still going every day, so yeah.
As somebody who's helping artists with the business side of things, how are you distributing, it's a question I get a lot, how are you distributing budget in terms of, people are like, what do I do with this budget? Are we still investing in stuff like radio trackers? What is, do we do it all in social? Like how are you dealing with it?
It depends on who you are as an artist. Like I like working behind the scenes a lot just because I love new talent. I love blowing up new talent and helping new talent, build their foundation and build their fan base. But like going back to your question, it depends on what you as an artist are looking to do, or what type of artist you want to be. Like essentially you can be a club artist if you want to just bring out party tracks, club bangers. You can be a touring artist. You can be, I don't know, the list goes on, right? So what you want to do for yourself is how you develop your marketing campaign and develop your budget. And I honestly say like 60% of your budget should go straight to marketing. If you have and also depends on the song too. That actually depends on the song, what song you created. If you created a club banger, it doesn't really necessarily make sense to, you know, pay for radio ads, right? Because you want to get it moving through the club scene. So maybe you should invest in, you know, networking with DJs more, club DJs. Who are the top club DJs in your city? Maybe you should network with them, get their music into their hands, so they start getting on rotation in the clubs. If you do have a song that you think is like, wow, this can definitely be a radio hit, that's when you want to get into, you know, finding radio trackers, radio programmers. And I remember I was watching an interview the other day from a guy named Q from QC, which is Migos label, and he said nowadays it takes $200,000 to break, you know, an artist on the radio. So that kind of gives you a scheme of how much it really costs, you know, to do the whole radio route, if that's the route you want to go to.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what I always say to artists, like, if you have $5,000 as a chance, like that's like a minimum. As like, hey, this is potentially for them to maybe listen to your song,
definitely,
to consider it. And when we're talking about stuff like TikTok, where it's like, hey, with $200, you can get a post from an influencer with, you know, 500,000 followers on their platform. So it's
that's
like,
the thing too, is like artists need to do their research, right? Because I like to go back to Gary Vee because I watch him a lot, and he's like a marketing guru, essentially, I could say. Yeah. He was promoting Instagram heavy when it was like, yo, you can get Instagram ads for really cheap right now. That's kind of fading away because of the way Instagram and their algorithms are changing. But if you look into TikTok, influencers aren't really charging as much as what an Instagram influencer would get, and you have more impact on TikTok, essentially, in my head.
Exactly. And you know what, we're going to jump to a break,
no problem,
and we'll continue with that conversation right now.
Your career is too important to just leave to chance. In order to move it to where you want to go, it's going to take some big decisions and some leaps of faith. Allow Rogers TV and the C-Suite to help you navigate your career to where you want to go. We will be sharing career tips, tricks, and ideas, and experts that will help you to understand what it is that you want and how to get there. So at the end of the day, you are landing in your C or choice suite.
Add some to your life.
Let's go.
CTV Sci-Fi Channel free preview is on.
I'm bringing the party to you.
The hell are you doing out here, Picard? Saving the galaxy?
Fancy a trip in the box?
The crisis has begun.
I am attempting to save the multiverse. Explore our universe.
Engage.
CTV Sci-Fi Channel free preview on now.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On November 23, 2019 at approximately 7:15 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police received a report of a collision in the area of Union Boulevard in Kitchener. A dark-colored four-door sedan with a modified spoiler was traveling west on Union Boulevard and was making a left turn onto Beaumont Avenue West when the vehicle struck a female pedestrian crossing the street on the crosswalk. The vehicle fled the area on a high rate of speed. The victim was transported to the hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of three convenient ways. Toll-free number at 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at p3tips.com.
We're back on Music Master Plan, and again we have DJ Frank Vernacho with us, and we were talking a little bit earlier about, you know, the different budgets artists work with and you working with different artists. But what I'm really curious about is your journey and kind of how you started and what got you into the music industry. So I mean, let's take it back to, like, high school, like like what really sparked that interest in music?
It's kind of funny to say music was not my first choice at all. I grew up in a music family. I started off with music. A lot of people don't know I was actually an R&B singer, or a singer, as like a child singer, essentially, you could say. I used to open up for like Canada Day shows, Jamaica Day shows in Toronto, and that all stemmed from my mom. She was into music. She sang in the church choir, little bands in the city, so I kind of followed the same step. And then kind of just something happened. I just wasn't interested in the music route. My mom kept pushing me, but I was like, I don't want to do this. So I got into football and basketball. Sports is what took me. And then I just kept going with that. And it's kind of funny, like I have this saying, your passion finds a way to you in some way, somehow. And it's kind of funny throughout the years, even though football and basketball and sports was still like my main thing and what I wanted to do, music somehow was still in the limelight, in the background. I remember in high school, I was part of like a rap group. I can't rap for the life of me, like no, but yeah, we formed a little rap group in high school. And then university came. I went to university to actually play basketball. Oh. Got cut the first year, got recruited and got cut. So then my sports dreams kind of just went down the drain, focused on school. And then in first year, I kind of decided, I was like, I need something to do, just creative-wise, just, you know, as extracurricular activity. I just need something to do. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna hop back into music. So I had a lot of uncles and friends and cousins that were all DJs. And I was like, you know what? Why not? I can't sing anymore. Puberty hit me hard, so cool. I'm not a rapper. And I was like, let me try this whole DJing thing out just as extracurricular activities. So I ended up taking some of my scholarship money that I got and bought DJ equipment. Nice. And then for a full year, probably 2 years, just spent in the basement, just, you know, making music, mixing, trying out different techniques, learning to scratch and all that kind of stuff. Actually took it back because I wanted to learn how to use vinyl, so I started using vinyl. And then from there, I started DJing house parties, DJ club parties, and I was at Brock University at the time. And me and a couple of my friends, we figured out that there wasn't really any hip-hop, Caribbean, urban parties going on in the scene, and that's something we were really in touch with, and we wanted to do it, so we started throwing our own parties. And everything literally just took off from there. I started meeting other people, started building a fan base, so that's how I got to DJ in London. I got to end up DJing in Toronto, and then from there, everything just flourished, and I'm here now.
Is there something specific that happened that made you go from, hey, this is a cool thing that I'm passionate about, to, oh, this is a career, this is a legitimate career for me?
It would be throwing the parties. When we started throwing the parties, then I was starting to realize, I'm like, wow, there is actually money in this. I started to do a little research on like other DJs who I loved, and figuring out like, okay, they're doing this as a career. And I'm like, oh, okay, you can actually make a substantial amount of money and, you know, sustain a life by doing something that you love, right? And that's always what I try to push to people, is like, you're on this earth for X amount of years, you might as well do something that you're happy with instead of being miserable in a job that you don't like, right? So I was like, okay, cool. Let's start making money, start throwing more parties, and start getting more bookings, and yeah.
And something I find that we're seeing more and more in the industry is guys who start out like you, doing parties, doing clubs, and then they're transitioning to working with artists, making and producing songs.
It's a longevity. It's a longevity. Like DJing can only take you so far. There's a lifespan with DJing. You know, you start with local, you do your clubs, you know, you can, depending on what route you take, you can be an executive, go behind the scenes. You can be a producer and do the festival scene, stages, tour the world, whatever, whether you're touring as your own artist or touring as a DJ for an artist. But just staying local into the club scene, it has a lifespan, right? So that's why a lot of DJs venture off into other stuff. That's why I've started to venture off into different avenues, because I like to, you know, broaden my brand and then think longevity at the same time, so.
You said a little earlier how passionate you are about working with different artists and, you know, that path, helping them through it. What do you look for in an artist when you're looking for some new talent to invest in?
It's all about, well, one, if I like the music, first of all, like I have to like the music. I'm not going to stand behind somebody if I don't believe in their talent, right? Two is if I can see a future with you as an artist. And 3, if you can make a change, make an impact musically, right? Like, I feel like nowadays there's a lot of just microwave music coming out, if you can essentially call it like that. And I like music that, you know, people can relate to, people can like have a feeling with, like it brings that kind of energy towards them. So I always like impactful music that can change the world or change somebody's life or something like that, right? So those are the 3 things I would say. Like, I gotta like it if you have a future, if you're talented, and you know, if you can make an impact in the world too.
And we have about 2 minutes left in the show.
Yeah, no problem.
I want to make sure that we get one of my favorite questions and that's, what advice do you have for young artists who want to be in a position like you, whether they're starting out or just looking at you for some inspiration?
1, do it for the love, man. Love will take you. This music industry has so many ups and downs. There's going to be days that are highs, there's going to be days for the lows, and the only thing that really is going to push you through it and make you propel and go further is if you have love and passion and faith in the music in the first hand. So I always tell people, if this is something you want to go into, make sure you love it first, not for the perks that you see or anything like that, just straight love and passion first.
Absolutely, man. And for the viewers watching, can you let everybody know where they can find you, social links, TikTok links?
Yeah, sure. So everything's pretty straightforward. DJ Frank Vinatra all across the board. My website's at www.frankvinatra.com. TikTok is actually just being Frank, because somebody had actually taken DJ Frank Vinatra. So I was like, who is that? How dare you? But yeah, just getting ready. I'm going to be releasing some original music in the new year. So doing that, more artists that I'm working with, and then getting into my whole entrepreneurial spirit also. So,
do you want to plug a couple of the artists too? Because I'm really curious, and I'm sure the viewers are as well.
Sage Harris is the main artist that I'm working with, dope R&B artist out of the city, so make sure you look at him. Sage Harris all across the board on social media platforms. Another artist called LC the Artist, hip-hop artist, dope artist also. He's actually on my first single, working with him. Romeo Wilson is a dope artist out of the city. And yeah, there's so many more. So.
Amazing, man. This has been such a pleasure. Thank you guys for joining us, and we will see you guys on the next episode of Music Master Plan. Have a great day.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Welcome to Forever, man. This is forever. And there will be no surrender. Know that this right here forever. No surrender. It's forever.
Hi, I'm Gordon McLean, host of Get to the Point, the one political talk show that guarantees you wit, intelligence, and honesty. Wednesday nights at 9, right here on Rogers TV.
Queer people were usually not the ones at the forefront of crafting these narratives.
It's not about me, it's about what I represent.
What is this lesbian thing you speak of?
You can't put two men together. You can do that. Are they? Are they? They are!
People stood up and said, this show is meaningful to me and here's why.
This is Rogers TV.
Welcome to In the Gym. I'm your host, Michael Petrella. Today with us, we have a special guest. We have Jeff Casebolt. He is a professor of biomechanics at West Texas A&M. He is also a co-owner and director of research for Dynavex. Jeff, thank you for being on the show.
Welcome. Thank you for having me.
So the first thing that I want to talk about is, how did you get into the fitness industry? What was your inspiration, and a little bit about your journey?
It started in high school for me. I was an athlete, played 4 different sports, had an injury immediately after high school. It involved with strength imbalances. I ended up having very strong quadriceps, very weak hamstrings, and consequently, several guys that I lifted with through high school, we all suffered the same similar ACL injuries. At that point, I was no longer an athlete. I found this thing called the library, research, periodicals, started reading, just naturally curious about stuff, and it turned into, that was the start of my journey. That's what got me going in terms of wanting to know more, questioning things, challenging things, trying to understand, is there a better way to do this? And then from there, at the time, there was open and closed kinetic chain exercises were being discussed and debated, strength in general, and then I went ahead and actually rehabbed based off of what I was learning in the literature. But at the time, it was not widely accepted. Right. And so as a result of that, I started to develop my own theories and my own thoughts about how to put together programming, and then from there finished a master's and then started a business and then kind of got to roll that way.
So it was out of necessity, out of your own injuries, that kind of led to you to pursue a more academic position in this field? Well,
essentially I was a big dumb jock. I was all in on sports. I had very little academic background. I pretended my way through high school, and then in college I wasn't really interested in anything. And so when this happened, it definitely reorganized my purpose or what I was about. I wouldn't say that I went all in. I just know that I made a left-hand turn. I started looking at things differently because I could no longer relate to being an athlete. And as a result, I was also a little upset that my body like I was vulnerable to injury. And as a result of that, I started to read more about why injuries occur, or how they occur, specifically to the lower body. That's how I got started. And then the really fun part was I actually rehabbed well enough to come back and play 2 years of college volleyball, at which point my knee held up really well under the circumstances, and so I felt comfortable with what I was doing. Started the personal training business, and I existed there for 14 years of my life.
Perfect. So when we look at some of your research, obviously it's in biomechanics, that's what you're a professor of. Tell us a bit about how you started some of your research in biomechanics, and maybe some of the stuff that you're working on now, some of the stuff that you've just put out.
Thank you. For me, it probably starts with Dr. Alan Hurljack at Sac State University, or California State University, Sacramento. Dr. Hurljack was my advisor when I did my master's, and I was interested in lower body power development. I was interested in understanding how we increase performance through strength, and I started looking at Olympic style lifting. The way Sac State's laboratory is set up, it's right next to the lifting room, so we would hear these athletes bouncing weight all day long, basically. And so I formulated this idea of like, let's look at what power happens in the lower body using Olympic lifting. And that's when I really started to explore strength and power and performance and understanding the parameters that go into developing an athlete. And I was all in drinking the Kool-Aid with ballistic movement. Obviously that opinion has changed dramatically with more knowledge and anecdotal evidence and how research presents itself. But that's where I started. So I was with Dr. Garhammer, Dr. Fry. I started following the NSCA model, and that's how I got started. Currently, my dissertation, the topic is on elderly slope walking, how to elderly negotiate either upslope or downslope. And then I'm also indirectly involved with stair negotiation for elderly and looking at how mechanics change as a result of. How I ended up in elderly, I went to do to do my PhD in ACL. The school that I was at, TWU in Denton, Texas, ended up getting a grant, and it shifted the entire focus of our laboratory. And it was a blessing in disguise. I probably wasn't real happy about it at the time, but it ended up being a blessing. And
so essentially we're talking about fall prevention in the elderly.
Yes, sir. Indirectly, what we did is we looked at the mechanics of how an elderly person negotiates either up a slope or down a slope or upstairs, downstairs, and when a fall is likely to occur. And that's kind of, so even though my emphasis of my dissertation is about the mechanics, indirectly it looks at how a fall is likely to occur or when a fall is likely to occur.
So what can somebody in the elderly population do? What's their best preventative steps to try to make sure these falls don't happen and thus the injuries don't happen?
Well, if we look at a fall prevention program from top to bottom, the success ratios are not, there's ways to break it down. And so the very first thing, and I'm just going to give you kind of the whole long contribution to it.
Sure.
Polypharmacy is the number one thing. How many pharmaceutical drugs is the person on? And that's the number one. The next one is hip weakness or hip structure. The next one is gait stability. Those are the top three. If somebody is weak and are on too many drugs that are mixing, or if they're weak in the other two areas, there's a 100% chance they're going to fall in the next year. And that's something that really caught my attention. So how do we classify that question?
Right.
Okay.
So what we're going to do next then, for the second part of this episode, we're going to show exercises that we can do in the gym that are both biomechanically safe and helpful for preventing these falls in the elderly population.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details. Rangers action on Rogers TV.
We're here for you and your wife.
Valentina, Lucia, Beto, Emilio, I'm sorry.
We have no other family here. Besides my parents, it's just me.
Being a musician, can't afford that right now.
I don't want to be like Mommy and Papi.
Neither do I.
You have to be strong.
Are these children being parented?
I'll take care of things.
They're gonna split us up.
No one is going to split us up.
Party of Five. New series Wednesdays at 10 on ABC Spark and W.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On Thursday, November 21st, 2019, at approximately 3:40 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police responded to a report of a pedestrian struck on Cedar Brae Avenue and Sunnydale Place in Waterloo. A school crossing guard was assisting students crossing the road when she was struck by a pickup truck. The pickup truck fled the area without stopping. The 55-year-old crossing guard was transported to hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers is one of 3 convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at www.p3tips.com.
So the first exercise we're going to demonstrate is movement around the ankle. Now, we're going to use this seated calf raise machine that's in most gyms. One of the reasons that we're doing seated as opposed to standing, especially when we're talking about the elderly population, is we might not want to vertically load the spines. On this, we can put the load through the quadriceps. Now, this is a little bit different than the machine that Jeff makes. It's just one plane of motion instead of two, but again, you'll be able to find this at most gyms. So I'm going to get Nicole to initiate the motion. And Jeff, if you can kind of explain what we're doing here, what we're trying to strengthen.
So what you have is plantar flexion and sagittal plane being forward and aft. In the elderly population, one of the first points that is often mentioned in fall prevention is ankle strength or confidence in ankle ability. So an elderly individual will stop plantar flexing or initiating the fall and the catch. So we want to make sure that the ankle stays supple, strong, and mobile.
And as Nicole's going here, we always want to go pretty close or to muscular failure. Now, if we're dealing with someone who's just starting in the resistance training, you might want to make it easier, but Nicole is well trained. We're going to do 2 more here, Nicole. Really come up, really come up. Yep. Last one. Right to the top, right to the top, right to the top. Perfect. Again, the goal in most exercise is you have to work relatively hard, but that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be safe, and the forces on the body, most specifically the joints, should be lowered if possible. So looking at, again, strengthening around the ankle, it is both the mobility and the strength that seems to be the problem with this elderly population. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then what our machine does is it actually looks at what's called the lateral compartment or the inversion eversion mechanism, and so that's our contribution to the design of an ankle machine.
Right. And again, on yours, along with the seated calf, we're loading through the quadriceps because we're trying to make it as safe as we possibly can for the end user.
Yes, sir.
So now we're actually going to look at the Dynavex Gluteator, which Jeff and his partner have brought to market. The big difference is you're going to see that the machine actually works through 2 planes of resistance. It does extension and abduction of the hip. And as we discussed earlier, it is the strengthening of the hip and the large gluteal muscles that greatly contribute to your overall strength. And in the case of elderly population, one of the most important things we can do to prevent falls. Jeff, if you could just kind of quickly show the machine in motion.
So what ends up happening is what Kent designed is 2 planes of motion through vectoring. We vectored both. This is sagittal plane, and it'll move a hip extension, and then this axis of rotation down here will actually help you in abduction. So just do a quick demonstration. So as Mike moves this through the plane of motion, what you're going to see is simultaneous motion in both abduction and hip extension. As someone moves through this, it's going to target the glute muscles more efficiently. And then
now we're going to bring Nicole onto the machine. We're going to get her to do a set, and we're going to look at exactly how we want it performed. Nicole? Now as Nicole puts the belt on, again, with every single point of rotation exercise machine, we're always looking to have the axis of her joint, in this case her hip, in line with the axis of rotation of the machine. On this machine, it's very, very easy. It just comes straight across. I'm going to get you to start performing some repetitions, Nicole. That is absolutely perfect. Now, Jeff, maybe you can explain a little bit about what is going on here from a biomechanical standpoint.
So one of the misnomers about the gluteal complex is that the abduction is primarily controlled by gluteus minimus and medius and minimus. When the hips are actually flexed near 90 degrees, the maximus becomes the primary or agonistic hip abductor. So as we move through extension and abduction, we're creating almost 2 birds with 1 stone effect. We're giving more taxation to the gluteus maximus, and that's one of the reasons why the contraction is so intense and isolated to the gluteus maximus. And then as you reach full extension, pen at the bottom, what you'll find is you'll find the upper gluteal and some of the medius and minimus will start to become agonistic at that point.
Perfect. Keep going here, Nicholas. Got a couple more reps to go here. Again, working quite hard. Like most exercises, you'll find that as the person continues, the range starts to want to shorten up. We're always fighting for that full range of motion every single repetition. Keep going. We'll do 2 more here, Nicole. Right out, squeeze, make that pause. Good. 1 more, you can do this. Right out. Perfect. Perfect. I'm just going to let Nicole out of the machine. Again, all of her repetitions, very, very smooth. We're always trying to control the turnarounds at the top and the bottom. We never want to be slamming any weights. Now, we talked briefly about the safety of what we're trying to accomplish here. I noticed that there might not be a gigantic amount of range, but there's a lot of activation in the glutes. Maybe talk a little bit about why you've had it to shorten up a little bit in terms of injury prevention.
Well, the real reason we shortened it up was looking at the averages in terms of the anthropometric or anatomical averages, and then working within a safety of rep zones, not rep zones, but range of motion zones. So by shortening it up, what we actually do is intensify the contraction, take it through full range of motion, and we also added an isometric at the end where there's a stopper. For the average person, this is plenty of range of motion. We've only encountered a few individuals that wanted to actually increase the range of motion. But from a safety standpoint, it makes a lot of sense to keep within this range of motion.
And that makes perfect sense. We're always looking at exercise from a safety perspective first. There are plenty of exercises out there that do activate a large amount of muscle, and they will produce results. But whenever we're looking at the cost versus reward ratio, if there's a possibility of causing any sort of long-term injury, long-term harm, or even acute injuries that can get you out of the gym, this is going to decrease your overall results when we're talking about amount of time. If we spend 6 months out of the gym because we've caused an injury in it, we're really not getting where we want to go. So again, I think when you've produced these exercise machines and the way that we've had them performed, we're always focusing on safety as one of the primary key considerations. I think that's going to give everyone the best results, and it's going to keep you in the gym longer and hopefully keep a certain amount of longevity for your training.
And he fell. Whoa, I'm not driving. I'm way too stoned. How are you feeling, Beer?
Oh, since we had that talk, I'm not driving tonight at all.
What about you, Dave?
You only had a couple of drinks.
And only a couple of puffs.
I don't drink and drive. No way I'm getting behind the wheel when I smoked weed, too.
How are we getting home, then?
Oh, you can drive, Dave.
Come on, Dave.
Take one for the team, buddy.
Don't let weed and alcohol influence your decision to drive.
Yeah, I need a ride.
Candid talk.
I don't believe in retirement, so I do not believe in retirement as far as doing less. Yes.
With local entrepreneurs and small business experts.
I believe in jumping, and boy, did I jump.
People that come have never painted since finger painting in kindergarten.
How do you know who to listen to and which ideas to take? Because you can't do it all.
Join Linda Ockwell-Jenner and Steve Bentley for The Small Business Show. The Small Business Show, Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On November 23, 2019 at approximately 7:15 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police received a report of a collision in the area of Union Boulevard in Kitchener. A dark-colored four-door sedan with a modified spoiler was traveling west on Union Boulevard and was making a left turn onto Beaumont Avenue West when the vehicle struck a female pedestrian crossing the street on the crosswalk. The vehicle fled the area on a high rate of speed. The victim was transported to the hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of three convenient ways. Toll-free number at 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at p3tips.com.
Welcome back to In the Gym. I'm your host, Michael Petrella. Now, we just had an actual demonstration of what someone can do to strengthen the musculature around their ankles and the musculature around their hips to hopefully help prevent falls. Now, this research has actually produced a company called Dynavex, which Jeff is a co-owner of, and the research he's done has produced a line of exercise machines. The Gluteator, which we just saw, was one of them. And Jeff, I just want to know a little bit more. How did this turn into a company? How did we take this research and say, hey, we need a better tool for helping people?
Well, it starts with my business partner, Ken. It's his idea, it's his inception, it's his concept. I just happened to be sitting in the right place at the right time. I was finishing or working on a PhD, and my advisor said, hey, can you sit in on a meeting? Because he knew strength was my background. And I said, absolutely. So we sat in on this. Kent walked in, and pitched what he wanted, what he had, what was going on, and my advisor wasn't really interested, and I was curious. So we set up a research project, we put EMGs, we turned the cameras on, we had reflective markers, biomechanical research, and looking at the outputs, I went, wow, there's value in this. There's a lot of value in this. And it was counterintuitive what the way things were thought about at the time. And it from there, Kent and I just struck up a friendship and then a partnership, and then we just started challenging each other in terms of what and how we understood strength. And that was the inception of how it got started. And then I went on to meet Dan Riley. I went on to read more Arthur Jones's The Bulletins. I went in to read other things that were outside of my comfort zone as a strength coach. I started to really expand what it is that I understood and what I believed. And as a result, Dynavec has benefited from Kent's expertise with the design and fabrication of the machine, but then I also have contributed to the outcomes with science and research.
For those who may not know, Dan Riley was a longtime NFL strength coach, and Arthur Jones was the creator of Nautilus and Med-X machines. I want to look at your design, and for people who watched the motion we used for the hips, there was hip abduction and hip extension at the same time. So essentially it's a bi-directional machine. So what is a bi-directional machine? I know I just kind of said it in a roundabout way, but how did that come to be?
So as we explained in this earlier, there's two vectors that intersect, and that intersection happens at as close to hip joint center for the average person as we can get it. By adding 2 points of resistance and vectoring them together, we're going to create taxation that is slightly different than the average machine. Most machines have one axis of rotation. By vectoring them together, we're changing the emphasis of the muscle motor unit recruitment, muscle fiber recruitment. And in the case of the gluteator, what we see is the angle in which the pennation angle of the gluteus maximus is approximately 45 degrees on the average person. Per how the machine is designed, it's meant to create a gluteator, a glute axis or a glute line of pull. And that's what causes the glute to contract as forcefully as it does in our machine. For the ankle, it's slightly different. What we've done is we've paired inversion and plantar flexion and eversion and dorsiflexion. So I'll talk about the latter first. The peroneal muscles, the lateral compartment of the ankle, those get emphasized on our ankle machine. And those are muscles that are often neglected in a strength environment. Most gyms have plantar flexion and maybe dorsiflexion. By incorporating that eversion and inversion, what we start to see is strength about a joint that is the first to interact with the ground. In the elderly, it's important because plantar flexion and ankle stability is one indication of when people start to actually change their gait mechanics. They go from an ankle-knee strategy to a hip strategy. And so by keeping the ankle strong, mobile, supple, stability-wise, we start to see less decay of gait parameters, less decay of the way someone walks or negotiates stairs and ramps.
And when we're looking at some of these motions happening through these two planes that we've discussed, how do you feel that this is safer than just a single access movement, whether it be done with a machine or whether it be done with a free weight?
What we've seen through research, literature research, and then also anecdotally, we've seen people who hip joint replacement, we've seen people with significant injury. Those are the most profound for us, is we see a less joint shearing, less joint loading being isolated in one position. And that spreading out, if you will, of the forces makes it more tolerable for somebody who is in a pathological state, whether it be from an injury or a surgery. That's what we've seen. And I have evidence that of people we've worked with.
Perfect. I want to finish off with, what do you think is the future of this research and also the tools that you're helping to make to combat some of these problems? Where do you think this is going to go?
Well, any joint that moves in more than one plane of motion has been discussed, and we've designed and we've talked about. It becomes, the science is there. The opportunity to make a product that significantly contributes is our interest. The interesting part is that when we first made the Gluteator and started to get it out there, it wasn't widely recognized and received. So now people are starting to say, wait a minute, this Gluteator, it works. Now we're starting to look at the ankle, we're starting to look at the torso, we're starting to look at the shoulder and these other things. But the one that we're probably on the horizon with is we're working with an NFL team, the Steelers, and they have suggested a machine, a concept. We'd already had it laid out, but they're saying this is something we would be interested in and seeing what it does for our athletes. And so that's probably the near future. Long term, I would really like to get into some shoulder mechanics, especially for overhead athletes.
That's fantastic. We look forward to seeing what you guys come up with. If one of the viewers wanted to learn more about who you are and how they can get in touch with you, what's the best way?
Probably right now, our website is just Dynavec MD is in multidirectional.com. It's probably, we're real active on our Instagram page, which is DynavecMD, at DynavecMD. Those are probably the two quickest, easiest ways, and then we'll respond via contact emails and try to educate you or get you up to speed as fast as possible.
Perfect. Jeff, I want to thank you very much for being on the show.
Thank you.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Looking for great seats to all the action? Rogers Super Sports Pack delivers. With NBA League Pass, get up to 40 out-of-market games every week, all season long. More dunks, more slams, more to love, live in HD. NBA League Pass, part of the Rogers Super Sports Pack. All this for only $35.95 a month. Order through your remote on Channel 431 or call 1-888-ROGERS-1 today.
It was our 35th anniversary. To celebrate, we were on our way to Mama Rosie's, where we had our first date. That's when we heard coming from the radio. So we stopped and listened. It helped us get to safety. So when I think of our anniversary, because now we have even more to celebrate.
Join Natasha McKenty for In Studio. Get details about upcoming events, the how-to on a new recipe.
Cooking in the kitchen with all things from Ontario.
In Studio, Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV. Linda Ockwell-Jenner and Steve Bentley invite local entrepreneurs and small business experts to share their stories of success in small business. The Small Business Show, Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV. The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome to Sex Talk with Kelly. I invite you to spend the next 30 minutes embracing your sexuality and exploring your edges. We've got a great show for you today. We're going to be covering respect and consent, period poverty, and how to talk to children about sex and sexuality. Let's get this sexy show on the road. I'd like to welcome Stacey Jacobs to the show. She's a sex education guru in Kitchener-Waterloo, which I will always call you. She believes that everyone has the right to positive, up-to-date, evidence-based sexual health education, information, and choices. She's not afraid to discuss topics many are embarrassed to mention. This means she's able to speak to all ages, genders, and people from various cultures and religious backgrounds. Thanks so much for being here today.
Thanks for inviting me back.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about some heavy topics, important topics that a lot of times people might find hard to talk about. One being respect and consent. This is a huge one, a really important one. So how do you always start that conversation with the folks that you're educating?
Well, you can definitely start talking to people when they're young. You can talk to them when they're older. You can talk to people of all ages around more respectful and consensual interactions that you have with people throughout your life. And you can absolutely start by, asking young people, may I have a hug?
Right.
Instead of assuming that everybody wants to have a hug. And we like to hug little people. They're cute and cuddly, and a lot of us just do that automatically, but we need to respect their bodies just like we respect other people's bodies, and we want people to respect our own. And another really, really important thing is to talk about rejection.
Okay.
Because a lot of people forget that, we're really focused on talking about, asking this and talking about this, but then we also need to focus on what happens if somebody says no.
Right.
And how do we say no? Because a lot of us aren't conditioned or aren't comfortable saying no. So this whole idea of politeness conditioning.
I was just going to say, it's almost seen as impolite or being rude or aggressive if you say no.
Exactly. And especially people who identify as girls and women, were typically raised to make other people feel good, maybe to put other people's feelings ahead of their own. And then sometimes you're seen too as, aggressive or seen in a negative light when you do say no, especially if you say it firmly.
Right.
But at the same time, we need to be able to do that, and then we need to teach people that if someone says no, we need to respect that.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
And it doesn't necessarily even mean a personal rejection. It's just a boundary, and we're accommodating other people's comfort zones.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so can you speak to that rejection piece? Because I think that's a part of it, because when people feel shame or embarrassed or rejected, that's usually when people's defense mechanisms come up, and then they want to be like, well, you're rude, or you're wrong, or you're,
Exactly. And we also live in a world where we're not supposed to take a no for an answer.
Right.
So there's even a business model, don't take no for an answer.
Right.
If you've worked at a call center, you're not supposed to, say,
customer's always right.
Yeah. So we're in this society where we're not taught to accept no.
Right.
So we push further, we wear people down, we pester them until we get what we want.
Right.
And that's not the kind of world that is consensual.
Right, that's going to be pleasure-filled, where people are going to be able to enjoy and express their sexuality freely if people aren't respecting boundaries.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So it can be really difficult. So if we talk about consent, but also make sure that we always talk about that rejection piece and what that means, and how people have the right to say no. And it doesn't mean that they hate you, or that they don't like you, or that they don't want to be your friend. It just means at that moment, they're being honest, and maybe they don't, want whatever it is that you're asking.
And I think that's even setting the foundation for healthier relationships, because you trust the other person is going to take care of themselves and advocate for whatever they're wanting or not wanting.
Exactly.
Versus you playing these guessing games that I feel like people can get into these codependent relationships where like, I think you want this, I'm not sure if you want this. Whereas if you build that trusting, authentic relationship where you can say what you mean, right?
Yes, exactly. And we want people to be able to be honest. And when you're in a relationship, hopefully you want the other person to be honest with you. And it doesn't mean that you have to say no in a really mean way to somebody. Sometimes you can say no without an explanation, sometimes with an explanation. Especially if you're in a relationship with someone, then being able to, say, what, I'm really tired right now. I've had a hard day. We might not just feel very touchy at that moment because we have different points in our life or during our day even that we want to be touched in some way or we want different things. So,
so creating
a dynamic or interaction where that's okay to want it and then also not want it the very next minute, and that's okay.
Changing our mind is okay.
Changing our mind is okay.
Absolutely, because when we live in a world where we don't take no for an answer, we really do set people up for, I don't know, like disappointment, for being pestered, and then things like, you know, maybe sexual harassment at work isn't taken as seriously because we've lived in this world where, you know, that's something that we're used to.
Right.
We're used to people, you know, kind of pushing our limits a little bit and not respecting our boundaries.
Right.
Yeah.
And, you know, even just adding on to that, just from my lens as a sex therapist and working with partners and relationship configurations of all kinds, is when you get into a relationship where you start having sex for the other person because you don't want them to be upset, then you start to, you stop enjoying sex. You start having sex that is not interesting to you. And so if you need to really start listening to your body and respecting your own boundaries and comfort zones, and then advocating for them with this consent, right?
Yeah, and you don't want to resent that other person, which could potentially lead to resentment when you just feel like you're giving all the time and you're not really doing what you want to do.
You're not honoring yourself and where you're at with things. But starting this conversation when they're young.
Yeah, absolutely.
With hugging, when they're kids, like if they don't want to hug, that's okay, and you're teaching them that that's okay, and whoever's giving them the hug, if they were turned down, teaching them the rejection piece, it's not personal, but that's okay. Yeah, but I think that's setting us up, everyone up for success in the future.
Exactly, and I've spoken to many adults who don't understand that concept, and they need to understand so that they can teach other kids, so that they can model that behavior, because kids are really going to model the behavior that they see. So making sure that we're always, like everyone in the world, whether or not you have children or not, children are watching adults. So for sure you probably have some little person in your life. So making sure that you're always kind of thinking about those sorts of things.
Okay, I think that this is a great first off discussion around consent and how to talk to children and kids around consent and giving it and respecting no's and starting the conversation young. Stick around, we'll be back for more with Stacey after the break.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Add some to your life.
Let's go.
CTV Sci-Fi Channel free preview is on.
I'm bringing the party to you.
The hell are you doing out here, Picard? Saving the galaxy?
Fancy a trip in the box?
The crisis has begun.
I am attempting to save the multiverse.
Explore our universe.
Engage.
CTV Sci-Fi Channel free preview on now.
Whether it's in the kitchen,
Bibimbap.
bibimbap,
There you go.
I love it, or at the table,
Let's get rid of all of those cards. Keep two.
Natasha McKenty serves up fun and interesting conversation.
It can really position you as an expert in your particular niche or industry.
Get details about upcoming events, the how-to on a new recipe, or discover a local author. In studio,
it's pink.
Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
It was my daughter's birthday. She was blowing out the candles on her cake when we heard coming from the TV. So we stopped and listened, and it helped us get to safety. That's why when I think of my daughter's birthday, because now she gets to keep having them.
The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hi, welcome back. We are here with Stacey Jacobs from the Shore Center, and she's also an instructor at St. Jerome's College in the Sexuality, Marriage, and Family program there. So again, thanks for sticking around and continuing the conversation around consent. And we were just on the break talking about how a lot of times when we're educating kids or children on sex and sexuality, usually use a fear-based approach, and we forget to incorporate pleasure, and it can be fun. So can you touch a little bit on that and how you're trying to broaden the conversation or encourage parents or support parents in broadening that conversation that they can have with their children?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I understand why parents are scared of talking about pleasure with their children, because really they're thinking about, sexual pleasure, and they're not ready usually to talk about that yet with their kids or with somebody else about their children.
Right.
But by teaching through a fear-based lens, we're not doing anybody any favors. So a lot of times in schools, for instance, kids hear about, don't have sex because you'll get an STI, don't have sex because you will get pregnant, don't have sex because emotionally it's too much. But we really also need to talk to them about the fact that it does feel good. And they know that.
Right, that's half the reason why they're engaging in it.
Exactly.
Right.
So it's not a big secret. So it is definitely a conversation that we can have. So we hear a lot of myths in schools, for instance. So we hear a lot of young people say, it should hurt the first time that you have sex. Or vagina should bleed the first time that you have sex. And they have this idea about those things because that's what they've heard. And if you look at the media too, it often shows those things on television. But we need to talk to them more about things like vaginal lubrication. Why can't we talk about that? It's a natural process that happens within our bodies. So sometimes it's hurting simply because the vagina isn't lubricated yet.
Right.
And it takes time for that to happen, for instance. So if sex is hurting, that is a sign that something isn't right. And we need to listen to our bodies.
Absolutely. And even when I work predominantly with adults, but painful sex is should not be accommodated. Like if you're experiencing pain, like definitely talk to your doctor, go see a gynecologist or OBGYN or a specialist of some kind, or even work with a pelvic floor physiotherapist.
Absolutely.
But knowing that our bodies are naturally designed for pleasure. So if you are experiencing pain, that maybe there's something that you can do to alleviate that pain, or something you can correct.
Absolutely. And sometimes it's something very small and very simple.
Right.
It's often just the lack of education. So especially with young people, if we gave them that information, if they're going to have sex anyways, why can't it be good sex?
Right. And safe and pleasurable versus painful.
Exactly.
Right.
And the more we talk about it with them, I think just the more likely they are to be safe, for instance, if we're having honest and open conversations with them about all of those pieces. And even if they're not having sex with a partner, maybe they're having sex on their own.
Yeah.
And talking about how that can be pleasurable as well. And sometimes, again, we don't like talking about masturbation with young people, but again, a lot of people masturbate or have experimented in that way.
Yeah, and there's even evidence-based literature out there to suggest that babies masturbate in utero even, right? Like we're reading more and more about this.
Because it feels good, again. So that whole idea, there's other things we do in life for pleasure. Sex is only one of them, but why can't we focus on those things that feel good instead of saying, don't do them?
Right, and a lot of times even when you see little kids self-pleasuring or touching themselves, it's more for self-soothing and comfort. It's not necessarily sexual pleasure at that time either until they're at a different stage in their life.
Yeah,
so
until puberty, really, it's not sexual.
Right, and so it's not so scary. It's just pleasurable and comforting even.
Yeah, and we all do things because they feel good.
Right.
So we should talk to people, young people especially, about that. Yeah, so we should bring it up more definitely with teenagers, I think.
Yeah, and even, you were giving some good strategies too, or not to necessarily have the one sit-down conversation about birds and the bees, but keeping it very factual, evidence-based, but even just having ongoing conversations. So what are some ways that parents or caregivers can bring up these conversations where maybe it's not like, come over here, I want to talk to you about something?
Yeah, because that's just going to make everybody anxious.
Yeah.
I always recommend absolutely sitting down with kids while they're watching some kind of screen.
Okay.
So whatever they're watching on television or looking at on the internet, or maybe they're playing a video game, interacting with them. They might not want you there the whole time. You might not want to be there the whole time. But, and seeing what they're watching, seeing what they're doing, because then you can start an easy conversation. So maybe, the episode finishes, you can say, hey, what did you think about what that person said to that person? Or how do you think that person felt when this happened? And having a conversation about something that's not personal.
Right.
But then you get an idea of how your child is thinking, their process around thinking, around relationships, because the media, they watch a lot of it, and it's not necessarily giving us the best.
And it's not even
model.
Realistic, right?
It's not.
I mean, I can't even tell you how many times I get frustrated when I watch like romantic sex scenes and they're not pulling out a condom, they're going straight for it. It's like everyone
orgasms at the same time. Yes.
Right. It's not
very
realistic.
unrealistic. Yeah. So that's what they're seeing.
And I even read an article recently where more and more young people are getting hurt during sex because they're learning through pornography.
Yeah.
So having these conversations is becoming more and more important because more incorrect information is becoming more available to them.
Yes, yes. And having that conversation on pornography, I'm glad you brought that up because we also need to do that. We also need to, number one, admit that sometimes young people watch pornography and they're watching it because they're curious about sex.
Right.
And we're not giving them the information.
Right.
So again, if we talk more about like actually having sex and pleasure, then that might, I'm not saying it will, but it could lead to them not watching as much porn because then they're getting that information in a different way.
From other places.
Yeah. Or you can at least talk about pornography and explain how porn sex isn't real sex.
Right.
It's not exactly how it's done. And if they don't have any other example of sex, then that's all that they get.
Right, and then they're just going to see that and then act that out potentially when really they don't see the whole behind the scenes preparation for a specific scene.
And consent isn't brought up often in pornography as well, or any type of communication really, or no verbal communication anyways.
Yeah.
So I'd really love to see somebody make a behind the scenes pornography movie video. So this is what happens behind the scenes before we do it. I would like, maybe we should.
Who wants to sign us up? We'll do a behind the scenes video.
So that young people can see what's happening because there's communication happening behind the scenes.
Right.
There's talk of condom use. There's STI testing. There's all these things that are happening, but they're not being seen that part.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of this is, you know, it's super important to be able to talk about, and it's important for younger people to know where to get this information and who they can talk to about this stuff too, without being told that they're bad or dirty or doing something wrong.
Yeah. Because we can probably take away a lot of that shame and guilt that young people feel about having sex if we had a more honest conversation.
Right, and then that'll lead to more pleasurable sex lives in their futures. Right. Yeah.
And maybe more pleasurable relationships in general,
which is what we're going for.
Yeah,
that's our goal.
absolutely.
All right, stick around. There'll be more with Stacey after the break.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
What's with all this technology? Do you find it a little daunting to use or learn it? I'm going to help simplify things and remove the fears with step-by-step instructions for your computers, tablets, and smart devices. Technically Simple every Monday at 4 p.m.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On Thursday, November 21st, 2019, at approximately 3:40 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police responded to a report of a pedestrian struck on Cedar Brae Avenue and Sunnydale Place in Waterloo. A school crossing guard was assisting students crossing the road when she was struck by a pickup truck. The pickup truck fled the area without stopping. The 55-year-old crossing guard was transported to hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of three convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at www.p3tips.com.
The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
We are back with Stacey Jacobs from the Shore Center, and we're going to be talking about period poverty. Can you tell us what SHORE stands for, first of all? Because I think you do such important work, and I think it's important for people to understand.
Absolutely. We are Sexual Health Options, Resources, and Education, and we changed our name about 3 years ago so that we could lay it all out so that people knew exactly what it is that we do.
Right, exactly, because it used to be under the umbrella of Planned Parenthood, right? And so people used to think it was just pregnancy and parenting options, whereas now you do the whole gamut.
Yes, and we always did, but people just didn't recognize it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. So period poverty. So this is a topic you're pretty passionate about and
absolutely.
eager to educate and inform other people on. So can you just give us a little bit of background information on it?
Absolutely, and it's something that I think worldwide has been, covered a lot in the media lately, and people have been talking about it more. But this idea that, we really do take for granted that as people who menstruate, that, you have enough money to buy pads or tampons or menstrual cups and get the education and do whatever it is that you need to do when you have your period.
Right.
But for a lot of people in this world, that's absolutely not the case. So, for instance, if you think about somebody experiencing homelessness, do you ever stop and think, what do they do when they get their period?
Right.
Because if they can't afford to eat, if they can't afford shelter, how can they afford, a $7 box of tampons?
Right, and it's expensive.
It is.
And they used to be taxed even, right, too, so.
Yeah, so we really need to stop and think, how much money these things cost. And I think of them more as a necessity. So toilet paper is a necessity. It's in every bathroom that you go into. You don't have to think about, will there be toilet paper today?
Do I have to buy toilet paper when I use that stall today?
Exactly. Or at least we don't have to think about that living where we live.
Right.
And I think that menstrual products should also be in washrooms. So we have toilet paper, we often have, tissue or paper towels. Why can't there also be menstrual products? And the argument is that they just cost too much.
Right.
But yeah,
well, yes.
So then people who don't have any money can't access them. There's even talk of supplying them in schools, for instance, because it still does happen today that somebody gets their period at school, they don't have anything to use, and they have to go home, for instance.
Right.
So having them available.
Having them available. So how can people donate, or how can we get in front of this problem or contribute to setting people up so they do have more access to feminine hygiene products?
And there's a few different things that people can do. One of the things, too, is if you donate to the food bank, donate menstrual products instead of food.
Okay.
Because the food bank is always low on things like menstrual care products. So any pad, tampon, even menstrual cups. So locally we have the Diva Cup, and they absolutely donate many, many Diva Cups. I've seen them do it many, many times. But a menstrual cup isn't for everybody.
Right.
So they also need pads available, for instance. Things like Depends and Poise pads as well. So incontinence pads are also something that's really in
helpful,
need and helpful. There's other things too. So for instance, at the Shore Center, if you go and use our washroom, there's tons of pads, tampons, light days, lots of variety. And that way, if people need it, it's there.
Okay.
So you don't have to worry about that. And more I've been noticing, I go into a washroom and they have a little basket usually full of different things. Usually I think it's someone themselves who have taken that on versus the institution.
Okay, so for example, if you saw that at a school, you might see another teacher do that or a student do that versus it being mandated by the school board or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So hopefully we can get policies in, for instance, where this is something that should be in all washrooms too, not just in the women's washrooms.
Right.
Because people who don't identify as women still menstruate. So we need to look at that and look at who needs these products.
Okay. And we were even talking how even in the prison systems that it's not even properly handled there sometimes. So can you shed some light on that and what you know about that?
Well, yeah, I don't know too much about that exactly, but what I do know is that people aren't getting everything that they need. So they're sometimes not getting anything.
Okay.
Sometimes they're just getting, a few pads maybe, and everyone's period is different. So if you have a long period or you have a heavy period, you're gonna need more products than the next person.
Who might have a lighter, shorter period.
Exactly, and sometimes even each period can be different for you. Sometimes people don't want to use tampons, sometimes they do, sometimes they find those more comfortable. So we all have preferences around those things. So it's really, it would be nice if people had those options.
Right.
And again, when you're in prison, you can often buy them when you're in prison, but some people can't. They don't have that.
Money.
Yeah.
Or the option to either, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so what are the key takeaways that you would like people to know around period poverty and how we can support the cause?
I think number one, we need to talk about it more.
Okay.
So bringing awareness to that this is a real issue, a worldwide issue, not an issue that's just here, not an issue that's just somewhere else. It's everywhere.
Right.
So making sure too, because in other parts of the world, it's not just pads and tampons that they don't have. It's also maybe access to clean water or access to somewhere where they can use a toilet. So there's so many things that are involved. And then again, donating products. If you work someplace in your workplace, tell your boss, I want a basket of pads and tampons in my bathroom. Maybe there's a place that you go all the time, a restaurant that you love. You know, talk to the management and say, hey, wouldn't it be great if this was available in your institution or in your workplace?
Exactly. No, I think that's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing some information around this. I think it's super important. So thanks, Stacy, and people can find her if you look at her website on the screen. If you have any questions or need her to provide education anywhere, she is a wealth of information. But the conversation doesn't have to end just because we're out of time. If you wish to dig deeper, please visit sexologyinternational.com, where we're always uploading new and relevant information and articles for you to read in the comfort of your own home. Thank you, and I'm wishing you a very sexy night.
You know, a lot of us, I'm sure we have resistances or anxieties in our life, and of course they would translate into our sexual expression. Right? So the courage to just be with yourself and go inside. Not to mention the benefit that if you have a partner or partners that is willing to kind of explore that with you, what an incredible practice to share. You know, to say like, this is what's coming up for me, or this memory is actually arising in an intimate environment, or this feeling or energy, and it doesn't always make sense. But it's that attitude of exploration that I think is one of the most valuable skills and attitudes to have in our sexual experience as well, that curiosity. Yeah.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Queer people were usually not the ones at the forefront of crafting these narratives.
It's not about me, it's about what I represent.
What is this lesbian thing you speak of?
You can't put two men together. You can do that.
Are they? Are they? They are!
People stood up and said, this show is meaningful to me and here's why.
Your career is too important to just leave to chance. In order to move it to where you want to go, it's going to take some big decisions and some leaps of faith. Allow Rogers TV and the C-Suite to help you navigate your career to where you want to go. We will be sharing career tips, tricks, and ideas and experts that will help you to understand what it is that you want and how to get there. So at the end of the day, you are landing in your C or choice suite.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On November 23, 2019,